So, good morning. Good morning to an exciting second day of our conference after a very delightful and entertaining dinner last night. So we are starting while people keep coming in. And so my name is Julia Neithardt from TU Wien, and I'm chairing this first session on platforms and antitrust. And so we are privileged to have two expert speakers on this topic with us today. And our first speaker is Professor Cristiano Contagnone from the University of Milan, professor in sociology with a background in political economy and with a PhD from New York University. In addition to his academic career, he has also served as an official at the United Nations and at the European Union, and is now also currently the scientific director of the Open Evidence Research Company. And his talk is titled Online Platform, Power, Regulation, and the Transatlantic Relationship, and yeah, promises to be insightful. So, Cristiano, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my chronometer, I just want to make a few introductory remarks. I want to first thank George Mitakidis of the Digital Enlightenment Forum, a think tank of which I'm also a member, because he made the connection with Hannah Werner, and this allowed me to collaborate with this interesting work that has been done in Vienna and these two institutes. We wrote a collective book where I wrote a chapter, and thank you, Hannes and Luger, for inviting me to this conference. Obviously, compared to the high-level abstraction and, of the discussion yesterday, this topic is a bit more down to earth. On the other hand, it has a relationship with artificial intelligence and has a relationship with some of the issues discussed yesterday. For instance, platform use algorithm and do a lot of experiment called hyper-nudging, and some scholars claim that this reduces free will, a topic discussed by Professor Zafikidis in the first lecture yesterday. And there is also the issue of platform or publisher that Alison Stanger discussed yesterday about the 26 words of section 230. I come to this topic, I'm not a legal scholar, I'm not a technologist, I come from an interdisciplinary background that includes economics, sociology, and behavioral science. So, what I will do today is, okay, let me start my 35 minutes. What I'll do today is give you a general overview about online platform. I will consider the sources of power beyond the traditional market power. And then I will look at the regulation, not from a legal point of view, and the transatlantic relationship. Why? Because in the digital realm, there are still some tension between EU and US, especially about the Digital Market Act, which is now in place and is working, and has an impact on some of the US-based tech giants. So let's start from the definition. The European Commission has a broad definition in the Communication on Online Platform on 2016, reads as follows: online spaces where users are brought together by a platform operator to facilitate an interaction of various sorts. But I start more from the economic literature definition, where it is said that platforms are two-sided or multi-sided market if they can affect the volume of transaction by charging more on one side and charging less on the other side, and by this achieve so-called network effect. So online platforms, from an economic point of view, are multi-sided, two-sided or multi-sided firms. A regular firm, a traditional firms, buy raw material, make stuff, and sell it to customers. Two-sided firms recruit one type of customer and makes it available to another type of customer. So the customer is the raw material. And the demand on one group depends on the demand on the other groups. And here there are some examples of platform. You see there are possibly 2 or 3 sides. In Uber we have side A, the driver, side B, the passengers. In Google search, you have the searcher, the advertiser, and the website that use the services of Google. Now, still remaining in economics, platform contradicts the basic textbook. They charge prices that sometimes are below marginal cost, because the issue here is chicken and egg. In order to have network effect, you have to have enough number of people on one side and on the other side. They do this by charging different prices. For instance, in the video game consoles, the money side is the publisher of games. The consumer pay a marginal cost for the console, sometimes below marginal cost. But in Uber, driver pays a fee, and the riders, obviously, they pay to the driver the cost of the ride, but they don't pay a fee for the match. And in Airbnb, you see that host and guest pay different fee, and the fee of the guest is below marginal cost. In search engines, searchers do not pay anything, only the advertiser pay. This is important to understand the dynamic of how this platform reach scale and networks. Now I want to give you a few basic data. First of all, this is a famous, at least for who works for European Union, index of the level of digitalization of society. And it shows clearly that between 2019 and 2021, 22, there has been a big jump in the digitalization of our society. And this was because of the effect of COVID. Obviously, I will not annoy you with a lot of statistics, but this jump in the digitalization of economy and society is correlated with the jump in the revenues of this platform. But just to give you an idea, look, it's a 20-80 rules. I mean, 20% of this big platform command 80% of traffic. If you can see there, you know, a visit in billions in 2022, you see Google, YouTube, and then all the other go down to much lower level of visitors. Another way to gather the importance of this company, and we talk about platform, but also tech giants, because some of them are also not necessarily in an online platform, but you see that they are at the top of the 500 list in terms of capitalization. This is data on July 2023, and the source is statistic.com. See Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, and Meta, you know, after Tesla and NVIDIA. And the same, this is the market capitalization of the largest internet company worldwide as August 2023. Again, you see Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Tencent, and we have also the Alibaba and other services. So these are economically powerful actors. And you know, there is an observatory online platform of the European Commission to which I contributed together with others. And the conclusion in Europe is that 7 platforms account for 69% of the total of a EU 6 trillion valuation of the platform economy. And new market operators have difficulty to enter this market and to expand exactly because of the logic of the network effect and the need to build large bases of users. And in Europe, a lot of SME are highly dependent on platform for their marketing activity or for their sales. In some cases, more than 50% of goods sold on the marketplace for SMEs in Europe come from third-party sellers. So imagine a small hotel where most of its sales come from Booking.com, another platform. Now, sources of power. What are the sources of power? Usually, when you talk about antitrust and monopoly, the main power is market power, okay? But in reality, I will not put all the references, but an increasing number of scholars think that online platforms have grown in a way that has transformative impact in any area of our life, from doing business, competition, organization of firm, labor, technological innovation, and also the social and political discourse of which we discussed, it was discussed yesterday, for instance, by Alison. So they represent a new institutional form that has an extraordinary capacity to expand and to create asymmetries vis-à-vis the business and consumer user that makes use of its service. So the issue is going beyond market power. Market power is one of the important facts, but there is more to it. Because power is held by platform vis-à-vis consumer protection, use of personal data, destruction of media, and according to some scholars, they have become a societal infrastructure. Examples are the expansion of platform into public transport, healthcare, education, public sphere, and politics. And the COVID-19 crisis has made the societal and infrastructural role of platform even more salient and important. Well, first, network effect. Network effect prevent the entries of new players in this business, because network effect facilitate the rapid growth of platform and create barriers for others. So it's not enough that a new entrant has a better services, because I think there are some maps that are better than Google Maps, but the majority of users still use Google Maps. It is difficult to switch for some reason. Some are behavioral, as I will discuss later, but some are technical. For instance, data portability and data interoperability. Consumer or businesses may not be able to switch, to transfer their reputational capital, like the ratings, the trust scores. So this is the lock-in that incumbent platforms have on their customer base. Then there is the issue of behavioral bias. This is one of my stream of research. While we have some typical behavioral bias, system 2 of Daniel Kahneman, we always stick with the default option, with the status quo, we look short-term gratification, and this increases the switching costs. Lots of people don't bother changing. You know, they get something from Google or from Facebook, and they don't consider alternative. Moreover, the platform use sometimes dark patterns, and this is another concept that would require a separate presentation, to exploit the psychological weaknesses of user. Maybe when you are in an emotional state and of weaknesses and you go on the platform, you buy by impulse, because the platform know how to elicit that. And they can design interface for certain game to become addictive. And they have a lot of information on our behavior, and they routinely perform experiments. So they change something in the platform. These changes produce a reaction in the user, and this reaction fed from the experiment into the algorithm in a circle that is called hyper-nudging. And some claims that this hyper-nudging limit to a large extent the free will of consumers. And finally, all this data, this behavioral surplus, as Zuboff called it, is used to improve the offering of the platform. Now, this is a quotation from Harari. In the 21st century, our personal data is probably the most valuable resource most humans still have to offer, and we are giving it away in exchange for email and cat videos, funny cat videos. And here's the concept, I don't enter into the literature, of datification, and there are the work by Zuboff and Meyer Schoenberg on this. And I forgot to put a reference, but if you want, you can later write my mail and I'll give it to you. And so data is a source of power. Why it is a source of power? Because large data held by platform provide an incredible competitive advantage because they can micro-target and personalize services. They understand very well the behavior of the user. And most importantly, in the age of artificial intelligence, it is possible from a sample of data on the user you have to extract insight on other users. And this is falls in between what is the security of what is anthropogenetic and what is the technology, the concept discussed yesterday. And then at the tour, data and sovereignty in the digital age. Sovereignty was, the exceptional power control that a state has on its territory. Well, Max Weber defined the state as an organization that has a monopoly of power on a delimited territory. In the delimited territory, sorry, I move a lot. And now we talk about digital sovereignty, a macro-level reaction to the growing power of large data processing entities. And then there is also the self-sovereignty, the idea, utopian, of the individual owning his or her data and instead of the platform. And there is a geopolitical game here in the sense that digital sovereignty can be defined as the political ambition of governments to exert control over digital infrastructure, technology, and data through regulation and geopolitical imperatives. Infrastructural power, Google Map is now an infrastructure for a number of public and private services. Platforms are entering healthcare and data are gathered via smartphones and wearables and are becoming a source of important information for our health services. And if you think about it, in the summer of 2020, many national governments abandoned their own tracing app and just took Google and Apple cooperation to track and trace. So this is another source of power. And then in the end, there is a power over society, and the issue that Alison Stanger was discussing yesterday afternoon with this call about removing this 26 words from Section 230. Now Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and other platforms have an incredible role in political discourses, in politics, and the traditional media do no longer control their channel of communication, which are basically curated through algorithmic recommendation by this platform that in the US are not considered publisher, and so they are not liable, but maybe they may be regulated as platform. In sum, the power that certain platforms have is not only market power. They have, digital platforms have come to act as quasi-institutions that have power in many domains of our social, economic, cultural, and political lives. So what should be the concern of policy? First, market power and concentration, data privacy, concern, the extraction of behavioral surplus, as defined by Zuboff, the monopoly of data, and this is a European perspective, and the fact that most platforms are not European. So European is developing a data dependency. The behavioral bias, some claim that this is a for market failure. So because people sometimes do not fully understand the condition, the terms of condition, the cookies, etc. So this is another aspect. Obviously, there is democracy and the public sphere. We discussed this yesterday, and then there will be a presentation by George Metakinis in the afternoon. So are they becoming a hybrid between firm and market, a quasi-institution? These are the concerns. But the regulators have been sleeping for quite a while, So the regulators were asleep when online platforms ballooned into giants. In the US, the Federal Trade Commission let Google buy DoubleClick in 2007, and then Facebook buy Instagram and WhatsApp in 2014, only to sue them in 2020 for these two acquisitions with no success. Until recently, both in the US and in Europe, and at least until the new commission of 2018, the platform benefited by the zenith of neoliberalism, which in Silicon Valley, internet guru call it libertarianism. I think this ideology is best summarized by this iconic phrase that's often attributed to the founder of Uber, it's better to beg forgiveness than ask permission. So basically, they become giant out of regulatory arbitrage. Let me do just a digression. In Italy, we know too well this because in the 90s, the commercial TVs and the power of Mediaset, the Berlusconi company, was built in an uncharted territory where there was no regulation and then was legalized ex post. So that's, in a way, they become so big that it's quite difficult now to curb them. But there are changing winds, surely in Europe and more slowly in the US. So the laissez-faire regulatory approach for the digital domain in general, but for online platform in particular, is losing ground, is losing legitimacy, and government authorities are looking beyond simply antitrust, but they look at approaches that allow anticipation and prevention. Just another small digression. In the EU, we have the Artificial Intelligence Act, the Digital Service Act, the Digital Market Act, the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, and together with GDPR, this hexagon makes what some people call digital constitutionalism. Why? Because basically it emphasizes the protection of fundamental rights, but it applies a post-Westphalian idea of sovereignty in the sense that no matter what you operate, if your service touches a European, you have to abide to our law. And this is called the Brussels effect, the title of a book. Because in Europe we have a market of 500 million people, the idea is that if big tech wants to operate in Europe, we'll have to adapt to these new rules. Obviously, one of the risks that I pointed out in a report that I did for the European Parliament is that there is an overshooting of regulation that create coherence among the different acts, and also we saw yesterday the difficulty that the AI Act is facing. Here there are two opposing views. Regulating, the one on the left, let's say, is the more neoliberal, libertarian, and coincide more with some of this right-leaning think tank in the US, and it says that regulating platform economy will stifle innovation, deregulation and self-regulation is better, and that actually the current attempt are protectionism in disguise. And then there is an impossibility statement. Technology is too complex and evolves too fast for regulators to regulate. The opposite view is that this platform, because they have such an institutional law, they should be subjected to carriage public utility regime. Competition should break down this monopoly, and there need an innovation of competition law that doesn't look only at market power, and for instance, should consider the data implication of merger and acquisition. Behind this, there is a philosophical dispute between applying the precautionary principle or applying a cost-benefit approach case by case. Under condition of certainty, people claim we have to use precautionary principle, avoid any possible damage ex ante. And this means a radical new preventive and anticipatory competition law. The opposite approach, which takes inspiration by a book written by Cass Sunstein, Harvard Law Scholar and former advisor of President Obama, which calls the precautionary principle a law of fear, because regulation depended on the principle of the worst-case scenario. So precautionary principle may hinder innovation and create a negative environment. In this approach, a better is to do a case-by-case cost-benefit analysis. A detour in the transatlantic relationship. After the war in Ukraine, considering the China stance, the tension that were emerged before have subsided, and there is a stronger alignment between the EU and the US. And this led to the signing of the EU-US Trade and Technology Council in 2021. There is a clear community of value and interest between us, Europeans, and the US, and it's better both for the US and the EU to align, to fight, autocratic regime, and to mitigate our vulnerabilities, like, for instance, in the supply chain. But there are points of divergences. The convergence I've already mentioned is to, foster democratic values, resist the strategies and behaviors of the autocratic regime, and also to deal together with market vulnerability, the supply chain vulnerability that occurred during COVID. But there are divergences that concern the digital realm. In the digital domain, the US is overwhelmingly stronger than Europe. And to some US observers, EU activism looks like a sort of protectionist approach, and particularly the Digital Market Act, to which I will refer if I have enough time. Some US think tank, right-leaning, have defined the DMA as an excessive form of precautionary ex-ante antitrust, inspired by neo-Brandeisianism and ordoliberalism. Louis Brandeis was a Supreme Court judge in the US in the early 20th century, and he always warned against excessive power of centralized private power, and neo-Brandeisianism is a movement that goes in that direction. Ordoliberalism is a component of economic thinking originated in Germany, which would like regulators to intervene to make market exactly as the ideal type of perfect competition. So this is the dimension of tension in the transatlantic relationship. Now, I will, in the 10 minutes left, I'll try to go quickly on the Digital Market Act. Unlike, this is a sentence I take from George Metakidis, unlike the GDPR, the Digital Market Act is thought to have teeth, because the GDPR was left to member states. The Digital Market Act will be implemented by the Commission. So it aims to preventing gatekeepers to create bottleneck in the digital economy. It aims to create contestable and fair markets, and regulates the gatekeepers, so large online platforms that provide an important gateway between users, consumers, and the position of this gatekeeper grant them power. Below you see the timeline. It is into force, and already in 6th of September, and I will show you this, they designated 6 gatekeepers who have to comply with the regulation by March 2024. So, what are the expected benefits? First of all, that users who depend on gatekeepers to offer the services will have a fairer business environment. Innovator and technological startup will have new opportunities to compete and innovate, and consumers will have more and better services at fairer prices. Now, who are the gatekeepers? That may be in the question and answer. I'll give you more information. It's a long slide. Basically, are companies that provide what the law defines as core platform services, one or more, And you can read here which are these, like online intermediation services, app store, online search engine, et cetera, et cetera. Then this is a presumption. Then there are three quantitative criteria that create the possibility to be a gatekeeper. When a company achieves a certain turnover in European Economic Area, which includes not only EU27 but other 3 or 4 states, I don't remember, and provides a core platform in service at least 3 member states. When the company provides a core platform service to more than 45 million monthly active users, established or located in the EU, and to more than 10,000 yearly active businesses users established in the EU. When the company met the second criterion during the last 3 years. Okay? So, 7 minutes, I should make it. So, what are the do's? Gatekeeper must allow third parties to interoperate with their services. They have to allow their business user to access the data they generate in their use of the gatekeeper platform. Provide advertisers and publishers with transparent access so that they can do their own analysis of the results of their campaign. And allow business users to promote their offer and conclude contracts outside of the platform. These are the do's. The don't is that they cannot treat their services more favorably. That typical example is the Google search, and then the Google service comes first. They cannot prevent consumers from linking up to business outside their platforms. They should not prevent users from uninstalling or any pre-installed software or app if they wish to do so. They should not track end user outside of the gatekeeper's core platform services for the purpose of targeting advertising without consent. Does it have teeth? Well, yes, the Commission can carry out market investigation. It can fine company up to 10% and sometimes 20%. And then if there is systematic non-compliance, the Commission can also decree that they sell some parts of the business, or they can forbid gatekeepers from acquisition of additional services. Now, here, obviously, there is a technical problem for the Commission, and in this case, DG Competition, to monitor. There are a lot of technological and technical aspects in this. It's about portability, accessibility of data. There is a possibility that there is not enough technical expertise. But for the moment, it seems to work, because in September 6th, the Commission has designated 6 gatekeepers, the one on the left. Now, these are the name of the companies, and then you see the platform which some of these companies own. So Alphabet, which is Google, Amazon, Apple, without my glass I don't see here, ByteDance, Meta, and Microsoft. And you can see the platform that are considered. So what happened now? They have 6 months, and 6 months to comply with the DMA, the do's and don'ts. And then by doing this, they will offer more choice. One obligation, however, is immediate. They must inform the Commission of any unintended concentration in this period. If they do not comply, then the Commission can use the fines and measure that I show you in the previous slides. Last slide. There are also changing winds in the US. Are there? I mean, so it's a statement and a question. Obviously, it's difficult to introduce new legislation because the Republican blocks this, but the Federal Trade Commission seems reawakened, and the courts are active. So in 2022, the FTC sued to block Meta's acquisition of a big virtual reality company, although the court ruled against the FTC. In September 2023, the FTC has sued Amazon for monopolistic practice. But the most noteworthy event is that in September 12, 2023, it is the most important US technological antitrust in decade. It started in Washington, D.C. So in US versus Google, the US Department of Justice and 38 state and territory attorneys general allege that Google has violated Section 2 of the Sherman Act. We all know how important was the Sherman Act, a milestone in antitrust legislation. So, you know, we are going back to 1890. So it is possible that winds are changing also in the US. And I hope I give you an interesting overview and raise some issue for debate. And I made it in 33 minutes, and I stop here. Thank you. Sorry. Okay.
So thank you for this very interesting overview, and I'm sure there are some questions and comments, but we need some microphones.
Well, there is silence. I can hear them.
So, any questions?
Thank you, Cristiano, for this very carefully prepared overview. A remark and a question. The remark is, you talked about DMA, that it does have the ability, it has the teeth. However, the European Commission is hiring, I think, 80 persons to serve as experts and lawyers to monitor this. And these companies have armies of experts and lawyers, so it seems to me a very unequal fight. My question is the following. As an economist, are you aware of any research that looks to the extent at which regulation harms innovation, which is the mantra, or has been the mantra on the US side? All the examples I know do not support this. The drug industry, pharmaceutical industry, has been heavily regulated for a long time. When it was needed, they produced the mRNA thing in record time. So is there evidence that regulation harms innovation?
I first reply to your first answer. I didn't want to mention it, but I know because tenders are public, is that the DG competition is issuing huge tender for a huge amount of money to recruit the technical expertise needed to implement the DMA. But obviously, as you say, the amount of resources that the tech giant have to get around, it's strong. Now, concerning the second question, I like yesterday when Thomas said, I'm not a scientist, I'm a scholar. Well, I am in between, in the sense that in the social science, we try to recover some estimate of causal parameters. I have read some of these articles. I don't think that there is a robust proof enough, neither in one direction nor in the other, that regulation harms or does not harm innovation, because you would have to have some kind of either experimental or quasi-experimental evidence, and to the best of my knowledge, there are a lot of papers, strong, but they are polarized. Some argue in one direction, some argue in the others, and most of the time they have some kind of quote-unquote ideological foundation.
Thank you, Cristiano, and thanks for sharing your obviously long insights with us. One thing that I've heard in interpreting the monopolies is the term ownership of market, which I think it hasn't been taken up so much, but I think it's a very useful term in order to understand what Amazon or Google are really doing, because it's not just that there is a market and we happen to have a monopoly provider, but they actually own the market. It is their market on which they operate, which also means they can set the rules and they can do things that you wouldn't usually be allowed in a market, such as producing things at a lower cost that you see others doing. Do you think it's a useful concept?
I think it's one of the key concepts, and when a scholar argues that they are quasi-institution, is because within their own ecosystem, within the market that they own, they set their own rules. It's like a separate level of governance and regulation. And obviously, there have been a lot of discussion about the terms and conditions, etc. But the fact is, however, that most of us, because of our behavioral bias, we don't bother read the terms and conditions, or when you say cookies, you just click because you are fast. So there's one additional thing to tear down these big giants, is that most of the users are used to it. And imagine telling someone that he has now to, something on Facebook, but something else in another one, and then lock that. So this is the way they build their own system market, is correctly the strategy that makes them so powerful. On the other question about the importance of market power, you see, the problem is we have to go beyond market power, because even in the last case I cited of the US against Google about the Sherman Act, Google is claiming, and they are always able to claim, that the market is huge, that there is not only us, that there are other possibilities in other sectors. Like, if you manufactured 90% of some metals, it's clear that you own the market. Here they always say, no, well, there is Google, but Bing is growing, and yes, some shares. So the question of market power for online platform and tech giant is very easy to circumvent.
Yes. I have a question regarding the possibility to apply all of these do's and don'ts of the Digital Market Act, because technically speaking, it will be very hard. And I'm wondering if there is any document that says that gives some technical requirements. For instance, you may require from a company to open the data to prove that they deal fairly in this case. What are the technical means that we have to control the companies, and whether this legally makes sense? Because if this is my data, if this is my market finally, okay. How we can technically and also legally oblige the company to comply?
Well, this is the key question. I'm basically somehow answering George. We already mentioned it. Personally, I think that, the legal, because the Digital Market Act is more specific than AI, the legal regulations are pretty well defined, and there is not that fuzziness of artificial intelligence. But technically, I agree with you, which David is in the details. When you have to go and look the do's and the don'ts, how they do it and how they don't, you need to have a lot of technical and technological capability that, by definition, a regulator does not have. This is why, as George said, they are hiring a lot of people and they are issuing contract for receiving the services. But you're right. there is a problem in the technical side of determining whether or not they broke what the law defines, in general terms. But I agree with that technical problem.
My comment is going in the same direction as the first commentator. The problem in Europe is not the regulation, it's lack of understanding how to set up markets. And we have now 20 years of experience, or at least we are celebrating 20 years of open government data regulation 2003. And what we found out, unfortunately, hardly any pan-European services have been established. There exist some local service and a national service, but not really pan-European services. But my main comment is a second one. We have now 60 years of experience with business-to-business and business-to-science data markets in Europe. 60 years, digital markets. Hardly anybody knows that. And if I read European documents, I'm a bit surprised that this knowledge is not available. Yeah? And we know from these 60 years of experience that those markets already have been dominated by American and British publishers. I mean, that's nothing new, okay? But what we could do is to make a link between global publishers and local data producers. And this hasn't been done. So I'm really skeptic about this data policy paper last year, okay? Because there's no experience, no lessons learned from 60 years.
But sorry, it was a comment, not a question. Yeah, I mean, well, I must admit that I have no knowledge of this 6 years experience, and probably there can be solutions that are from local producers, as you say, bottom up. And the Digital Market Act is the approach taken of the Commission. We have to see how it goes, but you may be right that your skepticism has some basis.
Oh yeah, if there are no more questions or comments now, we can thank our speaker again.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I will welcome our second speaker in this session. So it's Stavros Makris from the University from Glasgow. He's there a lecturer in competition law with degrees from the University of Athens, the University College London, and a PhD from the European University Institute. And yeah, he had also different roles, for example, a fellow in law at LSE and others. And his talk today is about competition law, policy and regulation in the digital era, a political economy approach. And we are looking forward to your unique perspective on this topic. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invite and Professor George Mitakidis as well for this invite. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. I learn a lot these days, and I'm looking forward to the discussions. So, competition law, also known as antitrust law, has become the buzzword, right? We are on both sides of the Atlantic, also developing countries, are having the hope that competition law perhaps could be a legal tool to tame the power of big tech, of digital giants, of digital ecosystems, etc., etc. So one key question of my presentation would be whether competition law is still fit for purpose, or whether we need to refine it, whether we did well to complement it in the EU with DMA, or whether we should replace it with another piece of legislation. I will be explaining to you what competition law is. Also, I will be discussing a little bit, drawing on Cristiano's brilliant presentation, what are the digital markets features and why they pose specific challenges to competition law. And then I will be presenting to you some legal developments so that you make up your own mind. Okay, let me start with what is competition law. Let me take you 300 years back in Glasgow. A famous University of Glasgow alumnus, Adam Smith, made the observation that self-interested rational agents, the baker, the butcher, whoever, when they operate in competitive markets, even though or even when they are motivated only by self-love, they maximize society's welfare and consumer welfare. They compete fiercely, and this competition drives prices down, maximizes output, and we're all better off. But, important here, caveat. Adam Smith talked about the economy of tangibles, and also Adam Smith said that these kind of things will happen when markets are competitive. And markets can fail. Markets are not naturally competitive. Let me give you an example. Imagine the different suppliers of the same good, instead of competing with each other, meeting in smoke-filled rooms and agree on prices, or restrict output. As a result, we will be enjoying less quantity than the one that a competitive market would have produced. We will be also having higher prices, there will be no substitutes, and society as a whole will be worse off. In that occasion, we can say that we will have a cartel, a collusion, not competition. In that occasion, markets fail. Another way, another scenario under which markets can fail is when there is one single player that becomes so powerful that is able to exclude its rivals, monopolize the market, and exploit consumers. The problem is, again, the same. There are no substitutes. There is one seller. This is what monopoly means, literally speaking. There is one seller or a player with substantial market power. It creates this artificial scarcity. We don't have any substitutes. So if we have a strong preference to buy this good, we pay the overcharge. Take as an example, Coca-Cola pricing below its cost or giving its products free of charge. As a result, Pepsi is excluded from the market. So Coca-Cola engages in this short-term profit sacrifice in order to be able to maximize its profits subsequently once the market is monopolized. Now that Pepsi is out of the market, Coca-Cola grew bigger, it can exercise its substantial market power and exploit consumers. Again, markets fail. The market is not competitive here. Third example. A third example could be the following. Coca-Cola could not collude with Pepsi. In my first example, right? You remember cartels. So Coca-Cola and Pepsi could not reach an agreement over prices. Also, Coca-Cola could not unilaterally exclude Pepsi from the market by, for instance, pricing below cost. So now, instead of these, it buys Pepsi. So now the new entity enjoys the substantial market power, and it can increase prices, for instance, restrict output, or dampen quality. When, for instance, we see more ads in our newsfeed, in a social media platform, and still we don't migrate to another, is perhaps because this power enjoys substantial market power. There are no substitutes. Okay, so to address these three types of market failure that are associated with market power, we have competition law. So when we talk about competition law or US antitrust, we essentially talk about three main provisions, three pillars. The first provision prohibits agreements that restrict competition. Think of the cartel that I mentioned, right? So when the collaboration between rivals restrict competition and it's likely to harm consumers, we find that unlawful. The second pillar of virtually all competition law systems is the prohibition of monopolization practices or abuses of dominance in the European lingo. So note here that what is prohibited is not dominance. What is prohibited is not size or bigness. Why? The underlying assumption here is that substantial market power or size might be the byproduct of competition on the merits, might be the byproduct of superior efficiency. So for this reason, both the European Court of Justice and the Supreme Court in the US have ruled that the problem arises when the powerful company exercises its power in a way that excludes rivals, restricts competition, and is likely to harm consumers. And the third pillar of competition law systems is a regime that prohibits mergers and acquisitions, concentrations that are likely to facilitate collusion, right, the first provision, or they are likely to create an entity with substantial market power that can monopolize the market. So this is a preventive regime. Okay, so now to wrap up this small introduction into competition law, we see that we essentially have competition law to prevent the negative effects of market power, and Cristiano referred to that on many occasions. So when competition law refers to market power, it actually uses input from economics. So market power is understood here as ability to raise prices above the competitive level for a sustained period of time. If someone can do that, it is not punished, it is not disciplined by the market. We don't switch to a substitute. So there is not sufficient competition, and again, consumers are suffering. Consumer welfare is the linchpin of modern competition law because modern competition law relies heavily on mainstream economics. But note here that I'm talking a lot about prices and output, and this is because competition law focuses mainly, not solely, but mainly on prices and output. It also takes into consideration and strives to take into consideration quality and innovation, but it focuses on price and output. So already we can feel that competition law emerged and is designed perhaps to address the economic harms associated with the economy of the tangibles. And we are transitioning, as you all know, to the economy of intangibles. So it is worth considering what changes in digital markets and what is the thing that makes the application of this legislation particularly difficult. So let me here build on some things that already Cristiano touched upon. So in digital markets, information is key, and information allows for extreme returns to scale. So think of Facebook. Facebook can serve one additional user at a very low cost. Another phenomenon, economic phenomenon that digital markets present is network effects. Network effects are also observed in other industries, but in digital markets are particularly strong. This means that the value of the product increases with the number of users. The more users are on Facebook, the higher the value I extract by being a user of Facebook. The more users are in Uber, for instance, the more drivers, the more value the platform has for me, and the more customers use Uber, the more attractive Uber is for drivers. So these two phenomena, extreme returns to scale and network effects, have given rise to digital platforms. So platforms are intermediaries. In the Adam Smith example, the intermediary is the market, right? Where I meet the butcher, this is the place, right? The marketplace. But here, the Uber driver and we meet in the platform. So platforms are intermediaries, are matchmakers that bring together different types of users, bring together buyers and sellers, and also these different clusters of users could simultaneously on different occasions be producers and consumers. Some of the most lucrative, if not all, businesses in the digital sphere operate as two-sided or multi-sided platforms. And from platforms, we are transitioning, we have already transitioned to ecosystems. So platforms could be imagined as neutral intermediaries, right? Buyers and sellers enter the platform, and then the platform does the matchmaking. But now we are not really experiencing that. We are experiencing ecosystems that are actually not markets, but algorithmic simulations of markets. So once we enter the digital ecosystem, think of Apple, then we are in a walled garden and we follow a path that has been already created and designed specifically for us. Cristiano referred to micro-targeting, targeted advertising, but there could be many other restrictions there. A significant case, US antitrust case, arose in this regard. So Epic, the developer of Fortnite, felt that Apple's behavior was exploitative, was monopolistic. The problem was that Apple was charging Epic 30% commission for each single transaction. In Epic's view, the cost of operating the App Store corresponded to 80% profit, not 30% revenue cut. So Epic sued Apple, but it lost in almost every count. The only count it won was not a US antitrust count, like US antitrust law claim, but an unfair competition law claim, which is different. And the only victory it achieved to make had to do with the anti-steering clause that Apple had introduced in the contract. So this anti-steering clause prohibited Epic from directly interacting, transacting with the users. This clause was found to be problematic and was removed. The rest stayed intact. So you already feel that digital markets, despite their efficiencies and wonderful opportunities, they also create new possibilities to restrict competition. They give new tools for incapacitating consumers. You've all heard about dark patterns, but also they give tools to digital platforms to manipulate the cognitive biases of users. This is one cluster of concerns. They also give new tools for collaboration. And what do I mean by that is the following. In the tangible economy setting, the cartelists, the industrialists, the tobacco manufacturers, in order to agree on prices and restrict output, in order to cartelize the market, they had to meet in a smoke-filled room or at least exchange some emails, right, so as to reach an agreement. But today, companies can use algorithms which can sustain NAS equilibria, they can sustain cartelist equilibria, they can collude without really interacting with each other. They can be trained to collude. So the law will not apply in that regard. And then there is a third cluster of concerns, and I will be insisting on that. Digital technologies give new opportunities to incapacitate rivals. Let me give you an example from an older case. In the 90s, the Commission was concerned about Microsoft's monopolization practices. So Microsoft was actually doing the following thing. It was using its substantial market power, its dominance in the operating system market, in order to leverage its position in the adjacent market of web browsing and media player applications. So it was tying these three products together. As a result, rivals, so competing web browser developers, did not have an opportunity to make their offering. This was found to be an abuse of dominance, and the remedy, because competition law is very much focused on solving the problem, right? So authorities, courts, they are trying not only to fine and punish, but also tweak the market in ways that make them operate better. So the remedies that were adopted here was, first, Microsoft was obliged to offer two different versions of Windows, one with and one without media player. You can think of how successful this remedy can be. And the other remedy was to create a choice screen where users could choose between different browsers. So then new developers could compete. Now, let me take you to a more recent case. In the Google shopping case, the Commission imposed a hefty fine, $2.4 billion, on Google for the following practice. So Google was engaging in what we call self-preferencing, but what was Google actually doing was promoting its own comparison shopping services and demoting its rivals to the digital Siberia of page 4 and 5. And already you might feel what is the problem with applying competition law in this setting. What is the relevant market here? Is the market of internet search, the market of online ads, comparison shopping services? Is Amazon, another platform, slightly different, right, part of the same market or not? Of course, if Amazon is part of the same market, the market power of Google reduces tremendously. So the way we define the market can make or break a case. But this is not the only problem that law encounters, competition law encounters. Another problem is, what is the abuse here? What is exactly that makes this conduct problematic? So Google engages in self-promotion, but we see this kind of commercial practices everywhere. What is the actual problem? And this boils down to another key issue. What is the harm? Traditionally, competition law inspired by economics, heavily relying on economics, considers that harm is only restriction of output or price increase, because these kind of things can be measurable, can be quantifiable, and they correspond to consumers' welfare. But here, and this is why the case was not pursued in the US, we didn't actually have higher prices. The FTC could not find higher prices. So what are we going to do about it? So the Commission here, as I told you, in contrast to the FTC, imposed a fine, and this fine was upheld by the General Court. On what basis? The Commission observed that 38% of the 341 competing comparison services exited the market after Google tweaked its algorithm and it engaged in promoting and demoting its rivals, promoting its own services and demoting its rivals. So this exclusion of rivals was considered to reduce innovation, reduce consumer choice, and likely to lead to higher prices. Higher prices were not established here, but they were not a requirement as a matter of EU competition law. So the Commission here and the Court agreed, observed that Google used a converse economic model from the economic model that brought it success. You remember we talked about network effects. So the underlying foundation here is that Google was enjoying network effects. The market has tipped. So now Google was able to behave as a monopolist, right? Was able to deteriorate quality, and we will not migrate to an alternative platform simply because there is no such a platform. And also here, the Commission did a lot of work to explain why traffic was important. So rivals were excluded, but why rivals were excluded? Rivals were excluded because they didn't have access to an essential or an akin essential, to be legally precise, input. This input was the traffic. The rivals, the competing comparison shopping services, they did not have access to traffic because these rivals were demoted in page 4 and 5. But wait a minute. Isn't competition just one click away? Not really. So the Commission relied on behavioral economics, and it substantiated a behavioral bias on behalf of the consumers. So users never go to page even 2 or 3. And on this basis, traffic cannot be easily replaced by the competing comparison shopping services. And on this basis, Google, by withholding this traffic, since it was engaging in this self-promotion, managed to exclude rivals and restrict competition. So after almost a decade, this hefty fine that I mentioned, 2.4, 2.6 in US dollars, was imposed on Google. But as you see here, this is just a slap on the wrist. This fine corresponds to 6 days of Google's operation. But as I told you, competition law is also concerned about solving the problem, right? So we can impose remedies on the companies, behavioral or structural, and we can modify their organization and business structure, or behavior. Here there was a debate about the remedy. Several proposals were submitted, and in the end, we ended up with this capped auction box. So now, competing comparison services could compete equally with Google's comparison service in the ballot box. So there is an auction there, and Google makes revenue out of that, and then we have the organic results. So it's worth stopping at this point for a second and thinking what really changed with this hefty skyrocketed fine and with this kind of remedy. Google increased its revenue, and also Google has now can now pretend or argue that it's a fair umpire of the competitive process, because in the ballot box what we have is a fair auction. Okay. Now, let me take you to a completely different story, because there are three main Google cases in the EU. So, the Commission imposed the highest ever fine on Google for the following practice. Google was giving its software for free to original equipment manufacturers, as long as they were pre-installing Google Search, the Play Store, and Google Chrome. Google Search is the castle of Google's business model. It's the main source of its revenue stream. So Google creates moats, these contractual ties, around the castle, so as to foreclose competition. It was even making payments to original equipment manufacturers that were loyal enough not to install other competing search engines. So the Commission found there, again by relying on behavioral economics, that this pre-installation created a status quo bias, and even though users were free to uninstall the search engine, for instance, and go for another, they were not doing that. And based on empirical evidence, showed that the rivals could not offset this advantage of Google, and on this basis, it imposed a fine. But note something here in terms also of geopolitical regulatory competition. The Indian authority found the same behavior and imposed a fine. Google refused to pay and refused to modify its behavior. Now, the third quite interesting Google case is the AdSense case. So Google is also an intermediary in online search advertising. So Google was going to publishers, and it was imposing on them exclusivity clauses. So if you want to generate revenue from me, if you want to publish my ads, Google was saying, you cannot publish ads from Microsoft and Yahoo. Third-party publishers were essential for these other intermediaries to participate in the market. But through these exclusivity clauses, they did not have any possibility. On this basis, the Commission also found an abuse of dominance. Now, let me take you to another market investigation and another big case against another tech giant. So in this case, the Commission was concerned that because Amazon had a dual role, so Amazon was the marketplace and retailer, it could use its strategic access to data to leverage its own retail brands or its own preferred retailers. And also Amazon was engaging in self-preferencing, see Google Shopping, in the buy box and in Prime. Amazon also was it was leveraging its own logistics service. The same investigation and the same actually case is opened now by the FTC on the other side of the Atlantic, and it's still pending. But in the EU, this case closed with a settlement because there is this also, there are also other enforcement tools. So here the Commission closed the investigation because Amazon promised to modify its behavior. So Amazon promised, and this is a legally enforceable promise, and you can be fined with a hefty fine if you violate this promise. So Amazon promised not to use the non-public data to leverage its retail services or its own private label products, and to treat all sellers equally in the buy box and in the prime services. And the duration of these commitments was agreed to be 7 years. Okay, so all these cases, as you may notice, revolve around the notion of abuse of dominance. Unilateral practices through which a powerful company can incapacitate its rivals and monopolize the market. But this is not the only strategy that big tech can use. There is one thing that we call killer acquisitions, or destroying disruptive innovators through acquisitions. And let me give you an example of that. A powerful company, and many pharmaceutical companies were observed, and there is empirical data on that. To do that, a powerful company sees a disruptive innovator, not an incremental innovator, but a disruptor, and someone that, let me explain that, someone that can contest the core business model or the core medicine in the pharmaceutical industry of the company, and instead of competing with them, they simply buy them. Because the company is a nascent company or a startup, its turnover is very low, so it doesn't meet the turnover thresholds that merger regulation imposes. So these kind of transactions can and have been flying under the radar. That's why Facebook acquiring Instagram for $1 billion, and after a decade almost, the company have a market value of $100 billion, flew under the radar. And this is also why the acquisition of WhatsApp by Facebook flew under the radar. And now, 10 years after, the FTC comes and wants to break these acquisitions. But of course, Facebook Meta complains that you cleared these acquisitions 10 years ago. So what is the problem? So you already, to recap, you already see what is particularly difficult when it comes to digital markets and competition law. First of all, competition law revolves around the notion of market power, but now digital companies can use ecosystem power or architectural power, so perhaps we need to refine our understanding of market power. And also, digital companies might not compete on price and output. We have zero price markets, free goods, but they might compete for capabilities, for data, for attention. So we need also to make more sophisticated our analysis of the parameters of competition. A second challenge is market definition, which is a technical economic phase that we encounter in most, if not all, competition cases. So we have to define the market, we have to define what kind of items are substitutable, so what kind of competitive pressure is exercised among each other and is removed because of this behavior. But in digital markets, this is particularly difficult because we have platforms and we have ecosystems. And it's not always clear who competes with whom. A third challenge is the conduct. Many of these businesses integrate the anti-competitive strategy or conduct in their business model, in the way they monetize their business. And there is a strong argument from competition law scholars that are more, let's say, cautious or in favor of wait and see, that judges and enforcers do not have the knowledge and the technical capacity and the economic expertise to interfere with the business decisions and the business model of the company. But by looking at the business model as a black box, many things might escape scrutiny. And the fourth challenge, and I have already alluded to it, is that traditionally in competition law, we consider that harm is consumer harm. So whatever practice reduces consumers' welfare in terms of output or prices primarily is detrimental to competition and unlawful. But perhaps we need to shake a little bit this view and expand our idea of anti-competitive harm so as to include harm to innovation, incremental or disruptive innovation, harm to quality, to choice. So on this basis, I mean, it's up to you to decide whether competition law is still fit for purpose, whether it requires refinement, or we need to complement it with regulatory pieces. Now, you see why regulatory competition, global regulatory competition, is important, because the EU is exporting a different regulatory model compared to the US when it comes to digital markets. The EU is combining now competition law with the Digital Markets Act, which is a different piece of legislation that seeks to promote fairness and contestability in the market, not simply protect competition. And why, for instance, in the US, these kind of initiatives did not succeed. And we see also other jurisdictions, for instance, the UK, the African Union, passing platform regulation that copies, or it has a lot of similarities with the DMA. So now when it comes to refinements in competition law, perhaps we need to rethink the notion of market power, borrow some knowledge from data scientists, and also expand it to encapsulate ecosystem power and architectural advantage. But we also need to go beyond consumer welfare and look at innovation, contestability, and opportunities to compete. Also, enforcers need to be more forward-looking. They need to look at future market structures and power, asymmetries, and distribution of rents within the ecosystems. So here the purpose, perhaps we need to recalibrate the purpose of the law. The purpose of the law should not be simply to maximize the pie, maximize total welfare, maximize efficiency, or promote consumer welfare, but maintain healthy ecosystems, maintain inter-platform and intra-platform competition. But one tendency, and this would be my final point in this presentation, one tendency we should resist is being very maximalist and hoping everything from one piece of legislation. US antitrust, EU competition law is not a catch-all legislation. It's a legislation that seeks to protect the competitive process. And then we can debate how we can understand the competitive process. But it cannot solve every problem that digital giants pose. So perhaps what is more important is to think how we can complement the shortcomings and weaknesses of competition law with regulatory instruments such as the DMA. Thanks a lot. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. And so we have time for some questions or comments. Yes, in the first row, we start.
Thank you very much. It was really brilliant presentation. I have a question which is self-interested. So for a long time, in competition law, judge and scholar, judge and lawyer, they started from the ideal type of the homo economicus, the rational man, or women. So is it now really increasing? They are really increasingly looking at the behavioral perspective of the bias, etc. Because if so, then we should write an article together.
Okay, that's a great invite, thank you. So the law learns. The law has an institutional capacity to learn first. So even though economics or some economic models might be attached to rational utility maximizers, we see that the law is more practical, so it uses behavioral economic devices and empirical evidence to study concrete markets and make a case. Because the law is also a combination of the abstract in general with the concrete. So in many of the cases that I mentioned, we see also concrete market investigations where the Commission, for instance, perhaps we will see the FTC doing the same, collected the evidence that consumers, even though the general assumption is that they are rational utility maximizers, in this market setting, they are suffering from a behavioral bias. Therefore, there is a market problem based on this observation. This is my first comment. And my second quick comment is that even though economists, again, theorize on the basis of, or many economists, on the basis of the model of perfect competition, again, the law is more pragmatic. The law is decided by judges, so the exercise that judges do, and this is a general principle in competition law, is a counterfactual test. So what they are doing is not a comparison between the market as it is and an abstract ideal of a perfectly competitive market, but a comparison of the market with and without the agreement or the merger. So this is much more manageable, right? We can really make a simulation and make some assumptions and predictions about the impact of the behavior on specific factors.
First of all, thank you. I think this was an excellent presentation. At least for me, it's the first time I understand clearly some things that I've been looking at for quite some time. My question is the following. You mentioned all these billions that Google is paying, but the fact of the matter remains that Google just sees this as the price of doing business in Europe, and they will continue to dominate just as before, just paying some billions now and then. Is there any chance that this more political approach to antitrust could move beyond harm to consumers and look at, for example, harm to society? Or, as your colleague Victoria Robertson mentioned in the Digital Humanism July talk, democracy-related harm. Is there any chance that antitrust can move in that direction?
Do I answer? Okay. That's a fantastic question. So if you ask me, if we think simply in terms of fines, we have lost the train. So, of course, antitrust is a legal risk. They have some good legal teams, and they calculate the risk. And actually, a Silicon Valley lawyer that represents small and medium enterprises, Gary Reback, was very fierce against the FTC because Gary Reback was saying, you know, this behavior of Google has as its purpose to exclude from the market the comparison shopping services that pose an existential threat in its core business model. So if you prolong the dispute and you just impose a fine, you do nothing. They have already anticipated that. And the market, in the meantime, changes and shifts, and now these comparison shopping services do not exist anymore. So my take there is that we should think more in terms of remedies, in terms of behavioral or structural modifications that can solve the problem. We should not so much care about the moral wrongness, even though there is moral wrongness, and we can discuss that, but we should more care about what kind of solution can address the problem, and the law has several solutions. So, for instance, there could be interim measures that can freeze the behavior of the company or make an agreement unenforceable until the dispute is decided by the court. Or also, we can dictate behavioral modifications or structural remedies. Most DMA obligations, so the removal of anti-steering rules or the prohibition of self-preferencing, became regulatory obligations because we saw that competition law adjudication, even though it diagnosed the problem, it took so much time that the market completely changed. So in this regard, my point is we should think of remedies, the law learned through trial and error, so we can try different remedies and also revisit our performance and see what we can do better. Now, you mentioned democracy, and this is a big issue, so we need to be realistic about also the capabilities of the law or of each legal area in dealing with the problem. So there I want to be a little bit more analytical in the sense that what is the democracy problem that the digital giants pose? If it is electoral mingling, we have other legislation. If it's the hidden paths of money, for instance, also there is other bribe and anti-fraud legislation that can deal with that. Now, if it is, as the new Brandisians claim, the higher levels of concentration, then we can discuss how we can make stricter measure control, or also whether we need to split, for instance, specific parts of the business in order to alleviate this problem of lack of economic democracy, right? So in my view, competition law is to deal with economic measures, and we can be expansive with that, but if it's a pure democratic problem, then another tool, because we don't have the jurisprudence, the case law, the principles, and the economic tools to deal with, for instance, bribes. So this is my take on that. And based on the cases, perhaps you can speculate that, for instance, in Google Shopping, because the fine was peanuts, maybe splitting Google Search and Alphabet could be a solution, since also the remedy did not alleviate the problem. In Amazon, Amazon made certain commitments. So if the commitments modify the behavior, even though it's a settlement, less can do more. Less can do more. So maybe this also solves the problem.
One more question.
I fully agree with your presentation, but if I would be a lawyer of one of the 6 platforms, okay, here in the middle, okay, I would argue the following. In a traditional sense, a market is constituted by a play of demand and supply, by a price and at least some contracts. But in that case, there's not a contract and the European customers are not paying for that services. So you want to apply market protection to a non-market. Okay, yeah? So this is my role of advocatus diaboli to play here. Yeah? So the Europeans want to benefit first for a non-price, for a free service, and secondly for market protection. Okay, so this is my argument if I would work for the platform providers.
Thanks a lot. That's a fantastic point, and it's a good argument. But let me tell you the following. First of all, most of these businesses are multi-sided platforms, so we can see where they monetize. So Facebook offers to us a free good, right? The social network, but also it monetizes through ads, right? And there are a lot of problematic things in the ad market. They might enjoy, for instance, monopoly power there. They might exclude rivals. We saw also the Google ad cases. So there, something might happening, and we can interfere in that direction. My second point is that economics now are moving beyond the price-centric model. So competition is about making allocative decisions under scarcity. And price is one dimension. So I would not say that markets exist only when we have price. Markets exist when we have scarcity, and we have the interaction of buyers and sellers, and we have scarcity over certain items, and this could be data, or this could be attention. And, for instance, there is an alliance, collusion, right, to restrict the supply of data, or to inflate the price of certain services. So we need to look at the parameters of competition, and many of the parameters of competition might be intangible. This doesn't mean that we cannot objectively assess them. So many of the cases now involve innovation, and we need more forward-looking parameters to assess innovation. Of course, quantification might be difficult, but there are ways. So this is my answer there.
So thank you very much. Let's conclude this very interesting session. And there was one quick question.
I had a question. So I think that your talk shows the limits of the economy-based approach. And I believe that big tech companies should be treated as institutions, in fact. Because in modern societies, institutions decide, show what is good, what is bad, what is truthful, etc. And this is a dimension that escapes the economical analysis. So the question is how to limit their power, okay? When they decide that this is more important than this, okay? Or when they provide biased information to the society, okay? This should be controlled. And this is not an issue of market and of prices, okay? This is a political issue, and I think society should take measures for that.
That's a great point. And competition law is actually not consumer protection legislation. So it doesn't catch fraudulent behavior, consumer misleading. What it seeks to preserve is the competitive process in the market. So when ecosystems use their advantage in order to stifle innovation, this is a competition problem. But you said something that I find quite interesting. The law has to recognize its limitations. So maybe, and there are the arguments in this regard, that these things, many of the ecosystems or of the core platform services are actually infrastructures. But we need convincing evidence to make this argument, and also we need to identify what is the precise harm or the precise benefits also that will justify the states encroach upon the individual, the private sphere of the companies, right? It's also a rule of law, property rights problem. If there is no harm, if you look at John Stuart Mill, if there is no harm, the state cannot really intervene in your private sphere. And this is a very much entrenched principle in our liberal legal orders. So unless we can establish some harm, or we can establish that this is actually an infrastructure, we cannot go forward. But I agree with you that we can make the case that some of the core platform services are infrastructures. Then, of course, we need to discuss, and the evidence there can be contradictory, whether making something an infrastructure can stifle innovation or promote innovation. The evidence is inconclusive, and also whether competition or monopolies promote innovation. Again, there is fierce debate on this matter, and it's inconclusive to a certain extent.
Thank you. So now really let's conclude the session. Thank our speaker again, both of our speakers. And we go to the coffee break, and we meet again at 11. So enjoy. Thank you very much.
We have technical problems with the presentations, so just 5 or 10 more minutes, yeah, until we start. Is on, yes. Okay. Hello again. We take the break in between the two speakers. That's what we decided now. It's my honor to chair the session on democracy and AI. My name is Anita Eichinger. I am director of the Vienna City Library. And we have two speakers. The first is George Metakidas. I will introduce him briefly. George has both an academic career and a career within the European Commission. He got a PhD in mathematical logic from from Cornell University, and okay, you can hear me. From Cornell University, and pursued an academic career afterwards at MIT, Cornell, and Rochester. He then turned back to his homeland, Greece, where he was chair of logic at the University of Patras. Since '84, he has held senior positions with responsibility for research and development policy. He was director of big, huge funding programs within the EU, the ESPRIT program followed by the IST program. In the beginning of the 2000s, he again returned to Patras, to his professorship in logic until his retirement. George is a highly decorated and honored man. He has received a number of awards and honorary degrees. He is a corresponding member of several national academies. He has contributed to the establishment of international institutions. Just want to mention the launch of the World Wide Web Consortium in '93. He's also the co-founder and honorary president, as we already heard today, of the Digital Enlightenment Forum. Currently, he is visiting professor at the Technical University in Vienna and also Digital Humanism Senior Fellow at the IWM. Today, George will talk about democracy in the digital age. George, we look forward to your talk. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Anita, and Hello, everybody. Today is the 17th of November, and for my compatriots in the audience, this is the anniversary of the uprising in the Polytechnic School in Athens that catalyzed the downfall of the military dictatorship in Greece that lasted from 1967 to 1974. So since I'll be talking about democracy, somehow the date is fitting. Every talk about democracy in the last few years starts with a map. So I will start with a map just to say that this is one particular map that's created by the Economist Intelligence Unit, but you can find a dozen like it from organizations like Freedom House and Bertelsmann's and many others on both sides of the Atlantic. They're all roughly the same. They use different indices like participation in the electoral process, engagement, integrity of the process, separation of powers, and they use different weights. The result is the same. And it sort of splits the world among, let's say, democracies or almost democracies or very close to democracies, and then other regimes which are called democracies or republics or democratic republics, but they're not. One additional thing I would like to point out is that whether you call this the West and the rest, which is geographically imprecise because Japan is not West, whether you call it North and the Global South, which is also geographically imprecise because Australia is in the Global South, but just keep in your mind this cleavage of the world, because I would like to come back to it. One way of looking at modern representative democracy is to see it in three waves. One started with the 18th century Enlightenment, then the decolonization that followed the Second World War. And this quote of Walter Ulbricht is not because I'm an admirer of his, but because he said something which holds true today for those countries that are not truly democratic but call themselves democratic. Democracy has won the public relations game. Everybody wants to be a democracy. I know of no country that says we are proud to have a dictatorship or proud to be authoritarian. It's the Democratic Republic of North Korea. It's the Democratic Republic of Congo and many others. Then we had the end of the dictatorships in Spain, in Portugal, and in Greece, by the way. It's in 1974. And most significantly, the collapse of the Soviet Union and the rise of Eastern European, Asian, and many African democracies. So for democracy, things were looking up. But that was short-lived, because since 1989, the euphoria about democracies, Fukuyama's end of history, and Timothy Snyder's unilateral moral disarmament started a decline that continues to this day. These maps, anyone you look at, will also have as a footnote that this is the 18th or 19th year of decline worldwide. Just a note to keep in the back of your mind, I'll come back to it. The 90s was also a period of euphoria about digital technologies. It was the period that we felt that digital technologies would improve the human lot, and democracy in particular, creating informed citizens that would interact in an electronic agora. Both euphorias turned into something quite different. So what we have today worldwide is polarization, extremism, this attraction to strong leaders, strong-willed authoritarian, a massive disengagement of young people, you can see that in the participation statistics, and the rise of the so-called spin dictators. What are spin dictators? Spin dictators are the ones that use democracy to undermine democracy. If you want an example near here, take Viktor Orban. That's a spin dictator. And there are others. Now, here I would like to depart from, let's say, the standard approach to talking about democracy these days. These are the most cited threats to democracy: economic inequalities, immigration, the climate crisis with what it causes, food insecurity, natural disasters, which in turn threaten more immigration, which in turn puts strain on democracies and helps the rise of the extreme right. Internal erosion of democracies, institutional flaws, corruption, spin dictators, and as a result, the breakdown of trust of citizens in the very processes of democracy. Then in red is the direct threats to democracy, the direct strain on democracy caused by digital technologies and their applications, and now more and more by the advent of the new generation of AI. Cyber threats to democratic processes, both internal and external. AI-powered rising misinformation, disinformation, and AI-exacerbated concentration of economic and political power, as we heard already in the previous presentation. Now, what I'd like to do today is not to talk about the red lines, not to talk about the direct threats, because you read a lot about this these days. That's what everybody talks about. Everybody talks about the threat, for example, next year is called the mega election year. 2 billion people in the world are going to vote. What is going to happen with all the deep fakes? What is going to happen with all the manipulation that for sure will be attempted? And how do we measure if the effect of these manipulations actually change the result? Instead, I want to start something a bit new and see how digital technologies and AI in particular affect the root causes of democracy, the black lines. What happens with those? As an example of how intertwined these are, I took the climate and democracy. I mean, for the purposes of organizing an event like today, is a different session. The next session will be on AI and climate. Well, I want to argue that these are really intertwined in the sense that, you can't have one without the other. Democracy and climate have both been taken for granted, and they shouldn't have. Democracy and climate are both at crossroads. There's political correlations. 19 states recently in the United States have passed voter restriction laws. Is it an accident, a coincidence, that the same 19 states have rejected climate protection? legislation. 23 states are consistently democracy and climate friendly, with California leading the way. If climate immigration becomes a tsunami, are we looking towards facing billions of climate refugees? It could happen much quicker than we think. And of course, there are analogies between big oil and big tech. I think much of the analysis that my compatriot gave in the previous presentation would be applicable even today to big oil as well. Now, democracy is both threatened by and better equipped to deal with the climate crisis. So that's another intertwining. All evidence shows that autocracies, while they would have the power, one would think, to do a more efficient job with climate, they don't, because they're driven by self-interest and other motivations. So if AI and its new generation of applications helps democracy or hurts it, it also helps or hurts climate, and the other way. And in fact, for those of you that want to follow up on this, take a look at an initiative called the Climate and Democracy Initiative. And there's more than one. Let me continue in that direction, see how we can begin to understand a bit better the intertwining and the interactions that happen. In the 1990s, the euphoria about digital technologies led to the expression of a great deal of hope that digital would be the great equalizer, that online education would break barriers, empowering students from disadvantaged backgrounds everywhere, that digital power banking enabling all to participate in the global economy, and economic growth everywhere via low entry cost opportunities. Now, this I copied. I copied from a slide, actual slide, transparency, that I had used for a presentation to the European Parliament in the 90s. And I wasn't trying to lie. I believed that at the time. But it didn't happen, did it? In fact, as Asemoglu and Johnson document very carefully in their latest book called Power and Progress, there was a trend in the 20th century of decreasing inequalities, both within the West and between the West and the rest. And this trend was actually reversed since the 90s. It started getting reversed in the 90s and continues in that direction today. So digital technologies have not helped with inequalities. They have made inequalities worse. Now, I know that economists can argue, till doomsday about the fact that this is not a single factor phenomenon, that there are other factors. I accept all that. I just, just taking a look at it, certainly they did not, they made, with the advent of digital technologies, with the blossoming of digital technologies, inequalities got worse worldwide. So now, if we look at the advent of the new generation of AI, will that help? Look, for example, at what would be needed if generative AI applications and all that comes with it are to become available to the rest, to the global south. Deploying advanced AI requires costly energy and computing power. Are the wealthy countries going to provide that? Look at what happened with the promises for climate. There were promises that the wealthy countries would compensate the countries in the global south for following the Paris climate recommendations. Were these promises kept? No. So there's no reason to believe that they will be kept now. And finally, this theme came up in previous presentations. The current AI research and development direction looks more to mimic humans, and in that sense to potentially replace them. Instead of looking at what would be aimed at augmenting the ability of humans to operate in the new environment. The research direction now is towards automation rather than augmentation. Or as, again, Acemoglu and Johnson put it in economic terms, they look at increase of productivity, netto, rather than increase of marginal productivity, which would mean enabling labor to be innovative and productive. Going down the list, there was the other identified problem with democracy, which comes under the category of institutional flaws. Now, this is sort of a summary, again, of the most cited institutional flaws, which constitute an erosion of checks and balances. Remember, since Montesquieu's time in the 18th century, this was the basis of democracy, the separation between the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. And then later on, the fourth pillar was independent journalism. Today, and that is true both in the United States and in Europe, the executive has too much power and the legislative too little. In most countries, if you don't vote with your party, you're considered a traitor. In Greece today, if someone does not vote, with the leader of his party, they'll be thrown out the next day. So that check is weakened. The erosion of the independence of the judiciary, there the best example is in the United States. I mean, look at what's happened with the Supreme Court. By chance, 3 judges die during one president's term. They get replaced. They have a totally different ideology or theology, and the result is decisions that alter the course of the country. And it's not just at the supreme level, it's everywhere else. In Europe, it varies from country to country, but in many countries, the heads of the judiciary bodies are appointed by the government, by the ministerial council. The influence of money is too strong. Less in Europe, but still substantial. These are not my conclusions, okay? These are whatever. I'm just making a summary of the most cited institutional flaws today. In the United States, after the Citizens United decision of the Supreme Court, basically there's no bound to contributions to political campaigns. And lobbying. You heard about the AI Act earlier. The AI Act is in trouble now. And why is it in trouble? It's because two member states, two very powerful member states, have some questions about whether foundation models should be included in the ban, in the high-risk category. Let's say that this was the fruit of diligent efforts by big tech to convince France and Germany, in this case, to take this position. We'll see how this turns out. Another flaw is that citizen input after elections is too restricted. And that's particularly what young people say, that every 4 years we're called upon to vote, we vote, and then people do things about us without us. And they remember us again 4 years later, which results in citizen disengagement, in particular among the young. You can see that in the percentage of young people who vote, and also who have, I mean, you ask a young person whether they would consider going into politics, and you get a reaction as if, you know, they tasted or smelt something unpleasant. So why not look at the possibilities that this new wave of AI, which as a brand kind of leverages practically all the rest of digital with it, can be used to help democracy rather than just create problems. Okay, so I want to give you now an example of how that could be done in practice, and there are some concrete examples. What are the building blocks of democracy? Elections, opinion polls, referenda, these are standard. And more, what is called deliberative democracy or citizens' assemblies. Citizens' assemblies became better known after the Irish referendum on abortion, where citizens were selected like a jury at random, assuring a gender balance, education level balance, economic power balance. As someone put it, it was like having Ireland in one room. And they deliberated, they made the recommendation, then the referendum followed, and it abolished the prohibition, the total prohibition of abortion in Ireland. That didn't use very much digital technology or AI, of course. It was not available at the time in today's form. So how can this now be AI-powered to act both at local, at national, and transnational level? And to put it in one word would be AI as a mediator, as a rapporteur. In other words, if you have a room of 10 people, and you ask me to make a summary of what was said, not necessarily conclusions, maybe there aren't conclusions, but to say that there was this trend led by Hannes and another one led by Anita, to just make a meaningful report. For 10 people I could do it. For 100 people, I'm not sure. For 1,000, impossible. There are now examples that show how AI can be used to categorize arguments, identify underlying trends, aggregate and cluster opinions in a way that makes sense, and, whenever possible, to actually produce summaries and conclusions. And before I come to the concrete example of that, assuming that I can convince you that this can work, can we think further ahead? Can AI, for example, summarize parliamentary discussions for people? I don't know if any of you watch parliamentary discussions. For me, it would be cruel and unusual punishment. But if there was a meaningful way to see what happened, if I could get a meaningful summary, I might do it. And also, just thinking to the future, up till now, citizen assemblies were used sort of to say a yes or no on some question. How about also using citizen assemblies, AI-powered, to create and discuss nascent, new proposals, to have new proposals come from the people, for the people, and eventually decided by the people. In blue, there are questions that come up. For example, the stipend, practical questions. In Ireland, there was no stipend. I mean, people who participated didn't get any money. But, you know, there are people who might not be able to participate without some sort of support. Should we consider that? The handling of mis- or disinformation. How do we safeguard the Citizens' Assembly as long as now that it's done online, that they are not fed with mis- or disinformation? And of course, handling even the selection of the participants protected from bias. So there are many questions to be answered. But we have an example, and I invite you all, if you're interested in this, to look first at the Polis, which is the pre-existing platform for citizen participation in Taiwan. If you don't have time for that, just in the second link, which will be on the slide, is a 12-minute video of Audrey Tang. Audrey Tang is the lady that has been running this thing in Taiwan. And she delivered this speech at the CITRA conference in Finland in September, where she describes this new program which is called Talk to the City. What is Talk to the City? It's a chat room. It's nothing more than a chat room. It's OpenAI that provides the technology. And it summarizes, it translates, and discerns trends, opinions about everything that is said. The user interface is kind of like a constellation of stars. You see how opinions are formed. And then the political leaders, policymakers can take that as either as feedback or as proposals and act according to it. What I would like to do is call for running more pilots like this. And think Sony Walkman in the sense that if in the beginning, you know, people may be recalcitrant or skeptical about it, it doesn't matter. I think they will like it once they do it, just like they did with Sony Walkman. There is now already under creation also a transnational European Citizens' Assembly that is to feed into the European Parliament. Question, where do you plug this in? I mean, the referendum is one case where you have a referendum, but you don't have a referendum every day. Can we plug in citizens' input into the normal democratic process? And the answer is something like, say, parliamentary committees before going to plenary. This is where it's going to be plugged into the European Parliament. So there's an issue, there's a parliamentary committee on that issue. Before they go to plenary, they form a citizens' assembly, they take the input, and then based on that, they go to to plenary. And there are European organizations like the EU Competence Center on Participatory Deliberative Democracy and the OECD guidelines that are related to it for those that want to take a look. Now, I want to leave this and make another point which I feel very strongly about. There was this cleavage between West and the rest on democracy. But look at the other map, which is, this is United Nations data, by the way. The positions of countries on sanctions on Russia because of the invasion to Ukraine. Look at the two maps. They're uncomfortably matching. And let me show you another one. Look, on the left it's the same map. On the right, it's the countries, the way the countries voted on a humanitarian truce. Just last month. And look at the two maps. It's the other way. Europe, of course, was split. That's to be expected. I find that deeply worrisome because this cleavage between West and the rest seems to be much deeper, go much deeper than say, particular democratic or less democratic systems. Is that something we should accept? What is cause and what is effect? Is it because these countries are democratic that they seem all to go in a certain direction, make certain decisions? Or is there some deeper interaction? They say that democracy cannot be exported, but can it be imported? Perhaps if we made it more attractive. In the latest Afrobarometer, 66% say they prefer democracy, 80% say they absolutely reject dictatorship of some kind, but only 38% say they're satisfied with the democracy they have or have had. That says something. And what it says is what a Chinese friend told me relatively recently. A person who travels a lot and knows the world, that yes, she would like more freedom, but would she be, if she could push a button and transfer, say, the American or any European system to China, would she push it? The answer was no. AI can help or harm democracy, and I think at the same time, and for the same reasons, it can alleviate or deepen the East, non-East, the West, non-West cleavage. To conclude, Greece earned the dubious honor of hosting the Olympic Games in 2004. And there was a frantic race to complete the infrastructures, just in time for the Olympics to begin. The cherry on the cake was this roof to the Olympic Stadium designed by the famous Spanish architect Santiago Calatrava. And for this, the other picture is from the closing ceremony. This roof closes and opens. It's quite spectacular. And Greece, I think, came out quite well from the Olympics. It was a matter of national pride, and that's the stadium today on the right. Last month, it was closed because of safety reasons, because the roof was likely to fall on people's heads. The reason, maintenance, everything was rusting, but also some flaws in the building blocks of the roof. I think we have the same situation with democracy. Many democracies started looking bright and promising, like the Calatrava roof. In the process, there's been a lot of erosion, and perhaps it's time to see how we can harness the new technologies to perhaps not stop, but at least reversing the erosion. There are some hopeful messages from Poland, for example, in the recent elections. In the stadium, the service responsible for the maintenance said that they had lost the manual. Well, perhaps it's not just a matter of getting a new manual, but we could re-engineer some of the building blocks of democracy with AI support. And the Taiwan example I submit is one way to go. Use AI in a way, in a trustworthy manner, to re-establish the feedback, the communication between the elected persons and those that elect them. So machines, to allude to the title of this conference, can help if they're designed to help. That means we need new AI research directions, not to just accept something that is thrown to us and see what we can do with it. New directions that look for machines designed to assist humans and their societies. A democratic approach to AI governance. And to get and stay ahead of the curve re-regulation. And the example is bioethics. Bioethics established the rules on cloning much before cloning became technically possible. We should try to get ahead of the curve as well. And if we have to rewrite the maintenance manual, perhaps we can do that with the help of AI. Sapere aude was the slogan of the 18th century Enlightenment. This comes from Horatio. It was embraced by Immanuel Kant, and then it became the slogan. Sapere aude, meaning dare to know. So I suggest that although it's a rainy day today, we bring a bit of sunshine. How about sperare aude, dare to hope? Thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you, George. Thanks for these various different spots on democracy and also for your optimism in using AI to strengthen democracy. In the end, that's how I at least interpret your talk. So are there any questions? In the back, Walter Gehr, please. Okay. Second, Christoph in the first row.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, George, for this very insightful lecture. I personally think that there is no better lesson in democracy than ancient Greece. And I happened to read a book about democracy in ancient Greece just recently by Thomas Mitchell. And there's a chapter which reads, "Participatory democracy at its height." And I just quote, "Participation intensified in the 4th century before Common Era at several levels. The assembly, which was always the main forum for the exercise of the people's power, saw the greatest expansion of its role. They all contributed to more frequent engagement by larger gathering of citizens, and now, who were now paid to attend. As much as I recognize that AI could assist us in reviving democracy, I wonder whether the root causes of the disillusionment with democracy is not deeper and maybe also of a more materialistic nature, as the example of ancient Greece shows us. I would be very curious to know what's your take on this. Thank you very much.
A complete answer, I would not be arrogant enough to consider that I can give. And by the way, thank you again publicly for your wonderful singing last evening. There are some ideas that are carried over from ancient Athens. Sortition, the idea of selecting judges and participants in various decision-making bodies by lot, that comes from there. And also the idea of a stipend that I mentioned, that comes from there. But unless we're ready to go back to city-states, non-mediated direct democracy is not in the cards. What AI can help with is to reinstate some form of continuous direct communication, as there was at the time in the Agora and in the Ecclesia, in the assembly, in the modern sense.
Okay, it's Christoph and, okay, yeah, whatever. You decide.
Thank you very much. I think this was a super, super important contribution to this conference. Terrific. Just a few comments. First, you didn't mention liberal democracy, just democracy. You might elaborate briefly on that. The figure I know is that there are only 25% of the total number of countries in the world that are liberal democracies. Each liberal democracy has a problem, we know that. But 75% are not even liberal democracies. Your statement that democracies are better suited to effectively deal with the climate crisis is one of my big topics. I agree, but I would add that only well-functioning democracies are better equipped to do so. And on the other hand, I wouldn't exclude that a country such as China would sooner or later use their social credit system to kind of, and they do to a certain extent already, to install an AI dictator when it comes to ecological behavior on the part of their citizens, less flying, taking more train, etc., etc. It's not excluded. So I would say also on the non-liberal front, there could be interesting development when it comes to solving the climate crisis. For me, it's very important that we consider, because you talked about inequality, that we merge that with the ecological phenomena. It's really about ecosocial future or socio-ecological future, whatever you call it. But we have to think it together from the outset. Otherwise, we won't solve the climate crisis. And I think as far as the role of citizens are concerned, in democracies, but also elsewhere, for me the key is how can we make people understand that they are, each of us is a designer of the future. Yeah, with all we do, with all we can talk to friends, etc. And there I think AI has a fantastic role. There are no limits to imagination when it comes to kind of generating bottom-up forms of democracy that we even don't know yet, in kind of how can we jointly, understanding ourselves as designers of the future, do something in the right way, and how can we benefit of these technologies to help us. Yeah, and this applies both to democracies, liberal democracies, but also countries where human rights are not the highest priority. And at the center is a concept that is very important, I think, the concept of dignity. And not only understood in the sense of human dignity, but also dignity of nature and other species and how to bring that together. And my last comment is on hope. First of all, hope, a very recent development. Went 2 days ago in Paris at UNESCO. Russia had applied for one of the 29 seats. It's always half. It's 58 seats in the executive board of UNESCO. Every 2 years, 29 members will be newly elected. Russia had applied. It was not voted in. So it didn't reach, it reached only 95 or 96 votes out of 194, which is a kind of hope in a sense that, okay. But I think what is really key when it comes to hope is that we employ the notion of active hope. And the difference is that with active hope, you hope for something, but you're really prepared to do something or to do enough to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the points are very well taken. I stand corrected for not mentioning liberal democracy. I was talking about liberal democracy. I don't consider illiberal democracy, as in one of your neighboring countries, as democracy. Yes, it's, for me it's...
Yeah, Helga Nowotny. You challenged us to dig deeper and to look at the roots. And I would like to start with following also, what is the basis of hope? And for me, this is really the essential question. And what came to my mind while I was listening to you is an article, later turned into a book, that Robert Merton wrote in 1942. Robert Merton is considered the father of sociology of science. 1942 in the US, the way how the war would proceed was completely open. The US had just joined after the attack on Pearl Harbor. And Merton posed the question, can science survive without democracy? So I think below what you mentioned, the entanglement, for me the basis, this is one of the basic questions. Can science survive without democracy? And of course, he had to look at the big enemy powers, both what happened in Germany, Nazi Germany, what happened in the Soviet Union. And of course, there was science. But there was science that was channeled, directed. I mean, weapons were everywhere, but it was under the political command. So science is possible in dictatorships. And yet Merton made a very strong argument that the way how science thrives, it needs freedom. And it is this kind of openness and freedom that you can only get in democracy. And then he went on, set up the norms for science. Science has to be universal, etc., etc. And my question to you is, do you think we need to go beyond this sort of instrumentalism? I think also China will make progress with regard to combating climate change, because they see, if they continue, it's pulling the rug under their feet. So there is this sort of instrumental thinking which we all have and which is legitimate. But do we want more than this? Do we expect more than this or not? And this is for me the crucial question. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for pointing to the fact that we have to look at the root causes. I mean, it's fine to look very carefully at the direct effects, like the fake news and so on, and that's very important. I don't want to denigrate the importance of that, but we have to go beyond and go beyond instrumentalism and look at how these technologies with the enormous potential that they already had but was not realized because perhaps it was not complemented by political decisions that could enable them to improve our lot. And science is at the basis of it. Yes, science can be carried out in authoritarian regimes, and in Soviet Union there was excellent mathematics, for example, and yet it doesn't really flourish as it did by all those scientists who left the Nazi regime and flourished in the U.S. Let's take advantage of our freedom that we have to leverage this, to go beyond the current restrictions and create a new blossoming both of democracy and science, and call it digital humanism.
Hey, I'd say I see two more questions. Hannes, Wertner, and in the back, yeah? And then we move forward to the next talk. We are delayed 15 minutes, so we have 15 minutes more, yeah?
Two comments and one question, so sorry for that. And this comment came up with the question of Helga, and there I think a book by Acemoglu who really shows that how interrelated is scientific progress, democratic progress, and institutional progress, and they are somehow intertwined for, let's say, if you like, let's say, a longer time perspective and how they are related to this democratic process. I really want to thank you for that because what happened with your presentation, but also with the presentation of this morning already, it brings us from the, let's say, technical level to the political level, to the institutional level, which really is also at the core of digital humanism, that it's not only, let's say, a technical issue or it's an ethical issue, it's an issue of politics and power relations. And I think this is one of the important contributions. My question goes to your long list of, let's say, indicators of decline of democracy you had at the early beginning, and I was asking myself whether you do not forget one, maybe one of the most important, which might also be the cause of that, which is the neoliberal somehow revolution in the 70s, 80s or 80s, which started with Thatcher and Reagan in the US and also was somehow promoted by the Chicago boys from this, let's say, economic point of view, which really gave rise to this inequality, let's say, of aggregation of money and things like that. And this maybe was somehow also the background of this decline of democracies and happening afterwards. Thanks, George.
Yes, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I just mentioned the inequalities as a threat, but inequalities do not happen in a vacuum. Huh? They were certainly triggered by the Chicago school type thinking of the trickle-down economics, and incidentally, to link to the previous talk, that's exactly the same time that the antitrust movements fizzled out in the United States under the Reagan administration. So yes, I mean, this is definitely an underlying cause, one level deeper.
Please, yeah, one question and a pass. No.
Yet? Okay. Thanks for your thoughts. One thing looking a bit further in the future, if the change isn't much more ongoing in a disruptive way than we currently see, the question is, how do you see the power of companies in this ongoing change? There are the first discussions around companies that do have more than 1 million employees. There are 3 in the world who do that. Of companies who have their own universities, who have their own knowledge building capabilities. Isn't this already threatening the states and the institutions like the states did in the past with religion? How's your view on that?
Yeah, no, I understand the thrust of your question. I would have nothing against, say, various companies in say, plurality setting, having some educational offerings and to complement what is offered by the state or other private institutions. But certainly, the concentration of economic and political power in the hands of a handful of companies, this is a threat, a direct threat to democracy. And we have to face up to that. We saw in the previous talk that this is not easy, but unless we face up to it, some of the other problems are not going to be solved. But particular initiatives by private companies to offer education possibilities, I think that can coexist in a democracy.
Okay, so thanks again, George, and thanks for the discussion. Thank you. Alison, you have to wait for a moment because we need the technique first, yeah, I think. And I used the break for drawing your attention to the Digital Humanism Initiative and the manifesto, which was not mentioned directly in George's talk, but as Hannes said, the Digital Humanism Initiative and manifesto in the end is about how we can use AI and digital devices and technique to create a better society and to strengthen democracy in the end. So those of you in the room who have not signed the manifesto now, please do so. It's on the table behind, and see, this is it. Please sign it. And second, I want to draw your attention to a book which was on a slide of Edward Lee's presentation yesterday. There will be a book forthcoming, edited by Hannes Wertner, Alison Stenger, Alison Stenger, Erich Brehm, and a few others. Introduction to Digital Humanism, which will be, when will it be published, Hannes? December. It's open access as well, and you can find the information on the table behind as well. So I can begin to introduce Alison Stenger because I don't have a presentation. Alison Stenger was on the panel discussion already yesterday, but not all of you were here, so I'll introduce her briefly as well. Alison is a political scientist. She got her PhD from Harvard University. She received, she's a professor of international politics and economics at Middlebury College, and above that she is currently affiliated with Harvard University, Stanford University, as well as Santa Fe Institute. Alison Stenger is one of the founding members of the Digital Humanism Manifesto as well, and she was Senior Digital Humanism Fellow at the IWM last year. Her current research focuses on the relation between technique, law, and politics, of course, democracy. She has written a variety of books and articles. I just mentioned 3 of them. A book on whistleblowers in 2019, the one she already mentioned yesterday as well, One Nation Under Contract, the Outsourcing of American Power, and the Future of Foreign Policy. And the one with the great title, Who Elected Big Tech, which is under contract with Yale University Press and is forthcoming in the next couple of months, I guess. We heard about Section 230 yesterday already. I know we will hear more about it today, and you also promised to take up the elephant in the room today in your talk. So fitting to that, the title of her talk is The Governance of AI in Global Perspective. Alison, the floor is yours. We are looking forward to your talk.
Okay, cool.
Frickensee, all right. Well, hello. I'm placed in the unfortunate position of standing between you and lunch. So I will try to be as concise as possible. Interestingly enough, George and I did not coordinate our talks, but the X are going to flow very beautifully. So this should be fun. I have some answers to some of the questions you raised. So I hit this thing? When I run it? Okay. This right here, right? No. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. So here's what we're going to do today. I want to start off by just describing some of the work I'm doing at Harvard, which is, I think, will be quite interesting in light of what George discussed. Second, I want to speak about AI as a misnomer, that it really is an artificial intelligence. It's kind of what I would call alien intelligence. Then we're going to delve deeply into AI governance. First, looking at state approaches to AI governance. And I should say this entire talk is based on a forthcoming piece I have on this topic in the annual review of political science. So you can get the much longer version there. After we look at a state approach, I want to introduce what I call a dual track approach, which involves how the West should deal with other fellow democracies and also with non-democracies. Finally, I'm going to argue that AI safety is AI governance, and I have a bunch of material I presented in September. It's probably a whole new audience, so I have all kinds of ideas for sustaining democracy in the age of generative AI, which I can go into if you're interested, but I think what I'm going to do is just turn it over for questions, and maybe I can throw the slides up there, and we can go from there. So, let's proceed. So the backdrop for my remarks is the ongoing frenetic competitive rush to market of America's tech titans. Mustafa Suleyman, co-founder of Google DeepMind and now the CEO of the AI startup Inflection, predicted that we will be able to eliminate AI's hallucinations entirely as existing models scale by spring 2025. Here's my project with Daniel Allen at Harvard University. It's this mouthful of a title, but various members were absolutely obsessed with having an acronym that conveyed what we're about. So it's getting plurality. We want to encourage and embrace plurality in terms of forms of intelligence. We're anti-singularity, and we also are in favor of human flourishing in all its forms. We work with Microsoft Research, Anthropic, and OpenAI to build tools for next generation governance. We're working with Polis. We have very interesting projects. I'm going to show a slide in a minute of some of the things we're working on. And our motto is to stay in the room, but stay independent. The idea being you've got to be in the room to talk to these tech companies, to know what the technologies are about, but we want to stay above the fray and advise Congress and the White House on how to navigate this era. So we just held a big summit in Cambridge on November 7th, and I just threw this up here. This is only part of the program, but I just wanted you to get a flavor of some of the things that we're doing. Some really interesting projects on collective constitutional AI, which is Anthropic's big thing. Deep Ganguly spoke about that. I would also highlight to you, we are working very closely with Audrey Tang on a number of projects. She spoke to our group virtually from Taiwan and made a very powerful impact on all of you. So how many are you familiar with Audrey Tang? Okay, so just a few. I should have thrown up a video. I wish I did, because she's an extraordinary figure. She's the digital minister, the Minister of Digital Affairs in Taiwan. She has what's said to be a 180 IQ, but she's totally self-taught. That's the highest you can possibly get. It's really 160, but on an earlier test you could say 180. And she was born and doesn't care what pronouns you use. But she's an extraordinary being and has wonderful ideas about deliberative democracy. So that's some of the things we're doing. The premise of my talk today is democracy is today at a crossroads and deserves our undivided attention. So George and I agree on that. What I'm going to argue is that this focus on existential risks that we're hearing from a lot of the AI experts or engineers or tech titans, whatever you want to call them, this focus on existential risk obscures the real problem for democracy, which I mentioned yesterday, which is elections 2024, layering on the misinformation and disinformation effects of generative AI. So consider the following. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't know that does that. Okay, hang on. So if we look at this following statistic, 80% of democratic countries, representing 67% of all people that live in a democracy, will vote in the next 12 months. I'm going to say that again. 80% of democratic countries, representing 67% of all people that live in a democracy, will vote in a federal or supranational election, such as the EU Parliament, in the next year. So in the age of largely unregulated AI, this is a frightening concept. As most of you know, GPT-4 was a quantum leap in terms of capabilities from its predecessor, GPT 3.5. And that massive improvement took place in only a matter of months. So putting aside the hype factor and the reality that AI is a brand, thank you, Thomas, wherever you are, for that concept, most knowledgeable people are predicting exponential rates of further improvement in these models in a very short rate of time. Time will tell. Sam Altman's walking back some of his statements, so we shall see. At the summer school in September, I told the students there that humans are on the verge of being eclipsed by their own creations. Such an advance, as Douglas Hofstadter said, renders humanity a very small phenomenon compared to something else that is far more intelligent. And I don't need to read you that quotation. I have since changed my mind in the last 2 months, and I'm going to side more now than I did in September with Melanie Mitchell, who's Douglas Hofstadter's student. She has not been as worried, and I am convinced there's something new and alien is developing, but it is not in any way, shape, or form close to eclipsing human intelligence, which is embodied, and as Professor Secaucus pointed out yesterday, that intelligence is plural. So why did I change my mind? Well, I changed my mind because after being increasingly blown away by what GPT-4 can do, I pay a subscription fee so I get the latest models. They've just recently integrated Bing Search into GPT-4, and it's kind of a catastrophe in that this model continues to crash. And I'm just going to give you one example to tell you. I want to walk around, but my mic is here, so I'm going to have to stay. I'll just use hand gestures to get the energy out. I'm writing a piece with Jaron Lanier on Section 230. And we worked together, going back and forth, and had a very detailed outline. So I thought, hey, let's use GPT-4 to shorten this process. I took the detailed outline. It was 4 pages long, so it was, a lot of meat. Put it into GPT-4 and asked it to, write this piece for The Atlantic in the style of Jaron Lanier and Alison Stanger. It repeatedly crashed. It could not do this. And I then said, well, just write it in the style of Jaron Lanier. It said it had done it. It delivered it in the form of a Word document. I opened the Word document, and it just had like this crazy summary. I mean, it was an accurate summary, but it was viewed from 20,000 feet. And so if I had more time, I'd throw this up here for you to see. I then said, this is for The Atlantic. I need 4,000 words, dig down, and just spin out the outline, providing sources. It started spinning and spinning. I kept getting error messages. It just couldn't do it. It started complaining that this was really hard. I said, well, you can do it. Come on, just, the outline is there. It would not take me that long. You're a smart computer. Just do it. And it finally said to me something to the effect of, it is very difficult to write a complex and nuanced piece in the style of Jaron Lanier and Alison Stanger. I'm going to try. And it spit it back. And I said, this sucks. You're just really not doing this. And then it said, this is really beyond the abilities of this platform at this time. So if it can't do that, how hard is that? Any human could do that. If you had a really detailed outline that was logical, you just spit it out. So that made me think, Now, I'm told by friends at Microsoft Research that this is going to be taking this, it probably just needs more context, and they're going to fix this in January. So we'll see. But all of this has made me a little bit more skeptical about some of the claims that are being made. So there's definitely a Silicon Valley hype factor at play here, but I think Helga is right that we should stop talking about AI and start thinking of these as tools that are social and human creations. And obviously these new tools, as has been pointed out repeatedly, pose new challenges for governance, precisely because of their power, which is unevenly distributed globally. Most importantly, these large language models confer enormous additional powers on big tech vis-a-vis national governments. So in the September-October 2023 issue of Foreign Affairs, Mustafa Suleyman and Ian Bremmer argued that the time has come to invite technology companies to the international governance table. They acknowledge, nobody elected big tech, but, you're not going to get anywhere without us because we have the expertise. So this prescription really boils down to letting large technology companies govern themselves, even though the sources of their power are undemocratic and illegitimate. And I think Suleyman sees himself as a pragmatist, but for political scientists, the argument translates as global plutocracy on steroids. In short, letting technology companies play a significant role in their own governance may be effective, but the key question to ask in a democracy is obviously effective for whom? It's effective primarily for them, so I think we have to think about who benefits from this arrangement. The good news is that the world has begun to wake up. We have, I'm not going to read you this whole list of achievements. I could, but we're short on time. But we have the EU AI Act. We have the Bletchley Declaration, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. And we have the executive order on AI from the Biden administration. It is the longest executive order in the history of the United States. It really covers all stops, and it adopts a risk-based approach, very, very much influenced by Europe. The problem is that it's a set of directives to agencies to fulfill. So some real questions arrive about capacity to fulfill these objectives. There's an OMB memorandum that's attached to the executive order. That, too, has a lengthy set of objectives. Most interesting, if you want to check it out, if you go to www.ai.gov, the executive order also announces significant funding for both AI research and AI education. That's a really good thing. So we'll see how this develops. So I guess I'd summarize this as the U.S. wants to lead on this issue. I attended a White House briefing before the executive order was released, and they were very emphatic about this being the broadest possible, most sweeping legislation on AI regulation to date. So I like the idea that they're competing with Europe on this. I think that's a good thing. Okay. Now it's doing different clicker things. Okay, the clicker just stopped. So I seem to have lost the... Okay, it's not working. Down, okay. Okay, I'm just going to do it manually. That's weird. Okay, so state approaches to AI governance. Despite America's lofty aspirations, there's still much work to be done to get regulation with teeth, and Congress will need to act at some point. There's some very promising legislation that's bipartisan. It's called the Hawley-Blumenthal Act that I think, would be great to pass. We'll see what can happen on that. But largely, the American regulatory apparatus, while rights-based in aspiration, has to date followed a pretty much market-driven approach. I am confused with this. So you know about the EU's regulatory apparatus. At a US audience, I think I would have to go through this, but I think you know it. Can I assume you safely know the DSA, the DMA, the GDPR, and all these other wonderful path-breaking initiatives? Or should I will skip ahead. These are all examples of what Anu Bradford has called the rights-based regulatory regime, which is a very positive thing. In Silicon Valley, it's quite promising. When I was there last in May, I guess it was, the EU representatives at this big summit at the Packard estate with all the companies were the stars of the show. They were the heroes. Everybody was turning to them for ideas. So I think that's a very promising thing. Americans aren't very good at taking advice from others. So this has changed, and that's positive. It's just gone wacko. All the keys are acting differently, and I'm having to just do it manually. Doesn't matter. Did you fix it again? Yeah, that's it. Okay, perfect. Good. So these are all examples of what Anu Bradford has called the Brussels effect. And what that means just basically is that what happens in Brussels affects the United States in a really positive way. I'll give just one example. Apple. The EU legislates that you're supposed to have one plug for Apple products. If you're an Apple user, it's just you wind up with this whole bag of plugs because they keep changing the ports from product to product. Now, because of that, they'll have to have one, and Apple has decided, if we're going to do this for Europe, we just might as well do this for everyone, because they've been receiving a lot of complaints from Americans about that. So that's a really positive example of the Brussels effect and how what happens in Brussels ripples beyond U.S. borders. This is a great book, Digital Empires, and she's going to be speaking actually for the Digital Humanism group, so that if you want to hear her in person, that will be possible very soon. Next Tuesday, I think, right? 21st. The 21st. Okay. It's a great book. She describes, and I think this is accurate, what she calls the Chinese state-driven regulatory model, the European rights-based regulatory model, and the American market-driven approach. And she argues that the European rights-focused model is better equipped to unite the free world as a counterpoint to China's growing power in the digital realm. So this is, and she obviously acknowledges the EU's contributions to global governance. We all know that the Chinese regulatory model is, in reality, the Chinese Communist Party-driven model, since every Chinese state institution or company has a related party cell within it to ensure that every decision aligns with party values. And the party, if you've been following it, it's super interesting. They have been trying to resuscitate Confucius. If you followed this in Chinese history, Mao attacked Confucius, and now they're trying to resuscitate Confucius. And there's even this great television show, which you should check out because it's hilarious, on Karl Marx meeting Confucius. And you have Karl Marx dressed up and Confucius dressed up, and they agree that, they actually can see eye to eye. So as such, they've got a very powerful oversight model already in place, a very robust audit function, especially with the social credit system. It's just built into the very bones of Chinese organizations and civil society. So they're going to have an easier time regulating these models than we are. Large language models presently in China are banned. You know, if you want to port over one of the open source models, you're breaking the law. In contrast, if you look at EU law, again, I'm not a lawyer, but this whole principle of subsidiarity is also a very nice check on both the independence of separate nation states, but also respecting the diversity of European countries. I won't explain to you what subsidiarity is. I'm sure you encountered it in your daily lives. The American approach, though, is so different because it's really focused on promoting innovation and letting markets mechanisms rule whenever possible. So it's not only been short on producing regulation, but also has essentially no American oversight mechanism short of constitutional review. So if you want to align the digital sphere with with user rights or citizen needs, you're going to need legislation. And if we look at what happens with something like the Facebook Global Oversight Board, which is, again, like a company-driven attempt to self-regulate, I won't go into all the historical details, but this is the enormous failure. Mark Zuckerberg promised to do a set of things that he simply has not done, and if you haven't paid attention, Meta has just made it possible to post on stolen elections in the United States, which is factually untrue. Just last week, they released the ban on posts that said that. So in the end, Mark Zuckerberg did not deliver on his promises, and I don't think we should rely on other CEOs delivering on the promises either. So we know that Europe has already established a well-articulated footprint. The Chinese have done the same, but again, it's in service of autocracy rather than democracy. We currently have no AI global governance, but many of the most pressing challenges, obviously, are global in scope. The good news is that a global community, such as the Digital Humanism Initiative, is emerging in search of new institutional forms. I would just point out, I haven't really talked about this side of the slide, but this is just showing you how China's AI research is expanding as a percentage of the total. Now, again, as was said yesterday, this says nothing about the quality of the research. There's a real drive to just publish or perish, but it is increasing, and that's important to note. So what is this dual-track approach I'm talking about? With the leading AI labs and unparalleled supply chain access to the graphic processing units, or GPUs, that fuel computing power, and the related advances in generative AI, the United States really has a sizable comparative advantage vis-a-vis China. At the same time, anti-China rhetoric is the one thing that unites both Democrats and Republicans in Washington. So this is a daunting problem that I think can be overcome. But what's driving it is some knowledge that we have about TikTok in the United States versus TikTok in China. Have you heard about the differences between the two TikToks? So we want to talk about the elephant in the room. There are two different versions of TikTok. The American version just makes people stupid. I mean, that's the only thing if you ever spend any time on TikTok, it's like a race to the bottom of the brainstem. In China, it's wholly different. The whole thing is optimized for improving test scores and supporting mental well-being. It also has time limits embedded in it so that young Chinese students can only spend a set amount of time on it a day. I have heard people in the Pentagon describe this as a reverse opium war. The Chinese feel justified in it. in doing so because it was done to them. And this is very concerning. So it's not just about the personal data that the Chinese Communist Party is gathering on American youth, which concerns me. It's also that this is deliberately making people stupid. So that's why I'm pleased to see Biden meeting with Xi this week, because we need engagement with China. Why? Because unrestrained great power rivalries are always at the heart of extreme risk dynamics. So building capable global institutions is perhaps the only way to defend U.S. national security while containing the myriad potential negative consequences of unrestrained competition that will benefit no one. So what I'm saying here is very simple. We shouldn't require China to adhere to rights-based values. It shouldn't be a precondition for cooperation on points of commonality, which can be found. The legitimating principles of the Chinese and American regimes, and Europe and the Chinese, for that matter, differ dramatically, so the range of possible options for each is constrained quite differently. So what we should be doing, in my view, is exploring China's willingness to participate in binding international negotiations that in turn can serve, much as arms control negotiations did during the Cold War, as confidence-building measures. Confidence-building measures minimize the potential for miscommunication that can lead to catastrophe. So it's very meaningful that these meetings are taking place. We want to see more of them taking place because this is what will ensure or lower the risk of unexpected catastrophe. So the US and Europe, in my view, should pursue a dual-track strategy for AI governance that strengthens ties between Europe and the United States as liberal democracies, while building institutions and norms for cooperation on areas of mutual concern in the broader global community. So how do we best do this? How do we best pursue global AI governance? Well, one idea would be to create a new sort of global agency, what some have referred to as the functional equivalent of the International Atomic Energy Association. Do this for AI. In such a body, you can think of a range of things you could pledge to do in such a body. One of them that I've thought about is members pledging no first use of cyber weapons against domestic critical infrastructure. And you could do this in exchange for respect of the right to self-determination within a UN-recognized state's borders. China would love that. Members could also pledge no first use of drone armies, which are becoming a possibility. We already have drones flying autonomously. Drone armies could be next. One could also envision a global institution that would monitor global flows of GPUs, ensuring that they do not fall into dangerous hands. Again, this could be collectively defined by the signatories of a new international regime, and we should be working toward that with China. So, with respect to open societies, the European Union has clearly led the way in innovative legislation that other states would do well to consider. And I think I've made that point several times, so I'm not going to belabor it. Another idea that's floating around is this idea of US-European CERN for AI that might increase public funding for cutting-edge frontier AI research, or the idea of executing some sort of Manhattan Project for AI, that's that second photo there, but instead for AI safety. So all of these are things we can work on despite having very different political regimes. What about the Bletchley Declaration? I think Bletchley is great in that you did get signatories to a common document. You know, it might not have been that substantive, but it's a start. Move in the right direction. What's the one weird thing about this list of the signatories to the Bletchley Declaration? Anybody see something weird? Who sees it? It jumped right out at me. I'm like, oh my God. The European Union is listed, and then only France and Germany are listed separately. Oh, Spain too, and Italy. Yeah. Oh, I missed those. Yeah, what's up with that? That's not the whole European Union. It doesn't have to be? Okay. So it's not that significant. I found it significant that France and Germany were listed separately given what's happening to the AI Act. Yeah. I'm doing my Kremlinology here with the EU. I'm just taking a comic break here. I like this one. AI alignment proposal. Then a miracle occurs. Be more explicit in step 2. So finally, just to conclude, AI safety is AI governance. We all know about the pause letter, this first pause letter, which called for just a stop, a ceasefire for 6 months. You know, that's why I support repealing Section 230, because I think it would just slow things down, which is what this is trying to capture, although I did not sign this. Then the Center for AI Safety statement came out 2 months later. It just has that simple, mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. One sentence, and you got most of the major players in AI signing it. It's a long, long list. Those are just the most prominent. So the call for taking a breath and assessing the risks is understandable because there's a daunting number of interdependent, complex, adaptive systems that all constitute the AI governance landscape. I'm trying to break them down in this talk. If you haven't seen, I want to have state, I want to have global, and I want to have a dual-track approach. That's my attempt to try to navigate the complexity. But sustaining democracy with this landscape as a backdrop and resisting the techno-authoritarian alternative that delivers greater efficiency is going to require a societal response. It's going to require greater cooperation between Europe and the United States. And these are just some instruments which are one way of summarizing what we have learned is to put forward a typology of instruments for building out systems that can uphold human dignity rather than trampling upon it. And I think those are really rules, such as new regulations and laws, new institutions to amplify and harmonize those rules. Third, money, always important, either to fund research, public AI research, invest in AI safety, or increase funding for education of a technologically competent citizenry. This is going to become extraordinarily important. Every citizen in a democracy is going to have to be technologically not literate, but competent, or they're not going to be able to engage in these discussions about generative AI. And finally, people, which is really just the human capital that can imagine solutions to problems and mitigate risks as we move ahead into the future. You may have noticed that I haven't talked about explainable or transparent AI. Why is this? This is because both transparency and explainability, in my view, are devilishly challenging concepts, distinct from governance. Although explainability might be a useful tool in the design and implementation of AI governance mechanisms, explainable AI systems are not necessarily more governable than non-explainable AI systems. So the right to an explanation, therefore, could simply be answered with more powerful AI. But this would simply amount to ceding still more human agency to machines. Human beings, after all, excel at ex post explanation, another word for individuation or developing one's own narrative. And machines could easily be trained to do this. Just look at what ChatGPT can already do. So I don't think demanding an explanation for how it works, how it arrived at that conclusion is going to give you that much. If we want to reinforce democracy rather than undermine it, it is better to retain the right to appeal to a human being rather than relying on machines inventing explanations for what they've done. Similarly, the extensive focus on existential threats is problematic because it simply takes our eyes off the ball. It doesn't focus on the real problem, which is elections 2024. The threat to democracy from automated disinformation is quite real and is something we should all be focused on because the most urgent threat to human flourishing is the one staring us right in the face, right here and now. And my clicker has gone out again. Okay, sorry about that. So this is the piece that's forthcoming. I just wanted to show you that and then wrap up some questions. It's noteworthy because they asked me to write this, which is an honor. They asked senior scholars in the field to do the summary paper, so I was delighted to be asked. Then I was going to co-author it with a data scientist, the chief scientist from Deloitte, who pulled out and said, I don't know why I agreed to do this. I can't possibly do this. So I turned to my students. These are all 20-somethings. But I didn't tell the editors that those who the co-authors are. And we had a great time writing this up. And they're so bright and give me great hope for the future. They know what's going on. So I'll end on that note of hope. And I can go forward. I have a whole section on sustaining democracy in the age of generative AI. But we have lunch. We have questions. Let me just throw up. That's section 230. I have conditions for democratic sustainability. I'll put these up on the website. And these are some remedies that might be explored. The bottom line is that this is an age for new political thought, unmatched since the age of liberal democratic and communist revolutions, and we should take advantage of it. So I'll close there, and happy to answer any questions you may have, which you may not have because we're all hungry, so maybe just one or two. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Alison, for this wonderful talk, and thanks for the hope in the youth at the end. Yeah, I'll share it with you. So we have time for questions. I know it's time for lunch, but I hope there are some questions. Otherwise,
People are hungry.
Yeah, people are hungry.
Yeah, let's have lunch. Yep. You can catch me at the lunch if you have a question for me.
Okay.
All right.
Then we close the section. Thanks to Alison. Thanks to George. We'll start on time at 2 a.m. Yeah? 2 a.m. again here.
All right, everybody, please have a seat. Welcome all to this session on AI and the environment. My name is Eric Brem. I've been invited to chair this session, which is a pleasure. I'm teaching digital humanism at the TU Vienna, but also am with the Institute of Philosophy, the Philosophy of Technology and Media Group. And I think talking about AI and the environment is really important because it pushes digital humanism perhaps a little bit away from pure human-centric views towards a bit more environmental-centric perspectives, and I think that's a good idea. We have quite a funny two titles here, Computing for Sustainability and Sustainable Computing, but that really shows the two sides, I hope, of the medal. And I'm really pleased that we are debating this topic because it's a topic that very often is not addressed very well. And the reason is it's very hard to address it well. Many people talk about it, but not often with a lot of depth. Now, I know that this will not be the case with today's speakers. And our first speaker is Dr. Felix Kreuzig, who is the head of the working group Land Use, Infrastructure and Transport. Since 2009, he also is the group leader in the department Economy of Climate Change at TU Berlin. He teaches climate change and infrastructure at TU Berlin, and his research areas include conceptualizing and quantifying greenhouse gas emissions, modeling sustainable transport systems, and the role of investment stock and infrastructure in climate change. He was instrumental in introducing the topic of artificial intelligence into the IPCC, which I think is great. He was a postdoc at the Energy and Resource Group at the University of California at Berkeley, worked with the Energy Foundation China, and interestingly, he holds a PhD in, you wouldn't have guessed it, computational neuroscience. Dr. Kreuzig, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I think the slides are not in the right order, so I go back. So, not sure it's better to have the talk after lunch. Before lunch, everyone is hungry. After lunch, everyone is sleepy. I hope it'll be entertaining enough that... I try to be entertaining enough that you don't fall asleep. So what's the background here? Like, of course, like AI is the dominant topic here, and for contextualization, we have also issues like climate change, and climate change is not only like the specific environmental topic, but it's basically that we are changing the planetary dynamics. For 9,700 years, we are living in a Holocene. It's a geological epoch that underpinned the conditions of human flourishing. It's a unique geological epoch with very favorable conditions in terms of agriculture and other conditions that are really useful for us. And we are leaving this epoch now by our own doing. We have been becoming a planetary force. And the problem is that we are undermining the conditions for human existence by technically global warming, but it means then that we have a changing climate, as the word is saying, which translates into issues of could be higher energy prices, disrupted markets, but most importantly, it will be disrupted food production with the ensuing conditions that will lead to global destabilization. So there's a lot of necessity here to combat climate change. That means technically to reduce CO2 emissions and more generally greenhouse gas emissions. And it's the best goal would be to maintain it below 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is probably hardly possible, but 2 degrees Celsius then would be very, very helpful. So that's the condition, and I will start a bit with where we are actually. So the bad news is that we are still stuck in a fossil fuel age. We are still in an age where we have rising greenhouse gas emissions, and That's important. It's not means we don't have to stabilize the greenhouse gas emissions, right? We have to get them to zero, and we still have rising greenhouse gas emissions. 12% higher than 2010, 54% higher in 1990. Emission growth is slowing. In percentage rates, we have 2.1% in the aughties and 1.3% in the 10 years after. So it's getting a bit slower, but it's still it's like growth rates, right? So you have to get down. Good news. Good news is technologies, and by that also economics, are getting on the side of climate change mitigation. That's the really, really major message coming out of the latest IPCC report. You can see here the cost curves for photovoltaics and other technologies like wind and batteries. Costs are declining very, very strongly by 84% and more in the last 10 years. And they hit this gray area. That's what matters. What is the gray area? It's the competing cost of fossil fuels. So what's happening here is by cost and then also by capacity, the low carbon or zero carbon technologies are outcompeting fossil technologies. That's a very, very important message, and it's a very good message. And also means, we heard before a talk about democracy and climate change also, like that was mentioned as an issue. Democracy underpins climate action. However, the good news is that even authoritarian regimes follow technology economic costs, like China is really having a large expansion in renewables, and the previous target of China was to have 2030 peak emissions. Now it's going to have peak emissions this year or next year. So this is good news from a climate change side, right? Like from a climate change perspective. Okay, what's happening on United Nations front? There are the NDCs, nationally determined contributions to climate change mitigation, their goals. It was a success also of the French government, of the Obama administration to 2015 to have like an agreement in the Paris Agreement that is actually having nations worldwide aligned around climate change mitigation. However, these goals are not enough. They lead to stabilization of emissions. These are the pathways needed to reach the goals. So not enough. NDCs are not enough. I would like to present one main result here of the latest IPCC report in terms of what solutions are possible. And for contextualization, so I just mentioned the renewable energies are quite positive and on a technological front, and includes issues like batteries, also in the transport sector, and you can include heat pumps in the building sector. Very nice. If you look at technology capacity or capacity expansion, 2050, they won't be, even on an optimistic perspective, there won't be enough to have net zero globally in all kind of sectors. Because, like, assuming additional expansion in energy growth and demand. However, there are structural solutions to reduce energy demand without compromising and even improving human well-being. This is what we call demand-side solutions. These are different sectors: food, industry, land, transport, buildings. They code for social, cultural, or behavioral change factors, infrastructure use, and use technology adoption. Here, the big thing is that's food. That's dietary shift away from meat. Like, that's the single most important issue that can happen. Or if you look, this is mostly cities here. The red one is the infrastructures. Like, if you build cities in a way that mobility and heating needs and energy needs are lower, that can have a lot of impact while improving, again, human well-being. For example, active mobility is associated in all kinds of metrics with a better human well-being. And that's my main point, if you go for the strategy, then the total energy requirements are such that globally 2050 you can maintain the net zero goal. Okay, let's go to the AI topic and how AI can contribute here in different domains. What's happening here is that there are 3 levels of how AI and climate change mitigation are interacting. So I focus entirely on mitigation, not on adaptation. The one is the compute-related impacts. The second one is the applications, and the third one is the systemic. The systemic one, I think, are in this context the most interesting, so we will go into those. And we will also have the second talk by Ivona on this, mostly on this, I think, so you can look forward to more details here. So I just would like to highlight here one study by Eric Massanit in terms of the data centers and the energy needs. We have a global expansion, a very rapid exponential expansion in storage and data centers. And that means, of course, that there is more energy demand for that. At the same time, we have also very, very rapid expansion of efficiency technologies. And that combines basically that between different estimates, 1 to 1.4 percentage of the global electricity consumption is based in data centers. It's not equivalent to AI, but it gives you an order of magnitude. It's a dynamic area, but it's also not like the overall dominant one. And this is our own estimate of how conceptualized the AI contribution within that. So there's a small percentage of the ICT sector, and then the question is like, how much is AI related? We don't know. There's no good numbers on that, at least I don't know them. And we conceptualize them in terms of the use phase, inference, training, development, that there's sometimes, by inference is little energy per run, for development there's a lot of energy per run, but the frequency of runs is also in the other direction, so like where things can be modified. Let's move quickly into the second topic, what are the technological opportunities? And in essence, like AI is a general purpose technology, so GPT has other meaning here too, general purpose technology, and it can be applied for basically everything, and that, for example, means for different sectors that are important for climate change mitigation, such as the urban sector, buildings, mobility, agriculture, and you can continue. There are AI applications that can support mitigation efforts. I will talk a bit more about cities, because that's my own area of expertise, where we develop our own technical application. And we'll also give example for mobility in agriculture, for example. You can use very targeted satellite data-based guidance for where to use fertilizer. Fertilizer, one of the main sources of greenhouse gas emission, but of course you need also fertilizer for improving agriculture productivity by very targeted application. You can reduce emissions drastically. So this is a summary of like where different AI technologies can reduce emissions from like a systematic review. This is like shelter, nutrition, education, mobility. The main point is here, the different studies here demonstrate that in the different applications, emissions can be reduced. However, there are also some studies where emissions are increased. So this points to importance of rebound effects and additional demands coming up, so that the systemic consequences of AI applications that are even like looking very nice in terms of efficiency must be considered to have a comprehensive view here. I would like to highlight one important thing which is, I think, typical to see how it's contextualized. The main point here is there are very nice technologies, but it only is very effective in terms of like governance and policies, basically. But what is happening here? These are different shared urban mobility options, and these are the greenhouse gas emissions per person kilometer. This is a benchmark, a bus, basically a bus here, and a subway system per person kilometer. And these are the emissions of the different technologies. So what will we see here? Like if you go to like small mobility, like micro mobility, emissions are lower. It's not surprising because it's actually low weight. So if you go for e-scooters, actually that works. Here are coming the four-wheel solutions, and they're very different. Like some are actually having much higher emissions. This one is very important. I'll come to that in a second. Have higher emissions, some have lower. And if you look at the color coding, what's the difference? It's a question of how many people are in the vehicle. So the single most important factor explaining the greenhouse gas emission efficiency of shared mobility is how many people, the occupancy how many people are in there. And that's, of course, a market design issue, like you need AI for efficient routing, etc., but at the end, it's a market design issue to get that going. This is the Uber model. It's a taxi model. Taxi models have like empty rides that drive around. That's called deadheading in technical language, and you have a massive emission increases. Okay, that's just an example. I would like to shortly point out that there's our interesting Nexus community. It's the climate change AI community that is basically self-organized international community, mostly involving Silicon Valley and the software engineers who are motivated to contribute to a more societal important issue. And this is the founding paper of this community here. And David, Priya, and Lynn are the key leads here, that investigates which kind of AI solutions for which kind of climate problems are available. So it's like a massive several hundred pages paper. And so that's just pointing out to this community, and there are like basically key roles of AI. These are the technical roles. You can basically work on the data format itself to get actionable information out of that. You can approximate time-intensive simulations. That's, for example, important for identifying a prediction of, let's say, like renewable energy potential in the next days. So energy markets are important. It relates to improving predictions. It accelerates scientific discovery. For example, battery manufacturing is profiting massively from AI, so it accelerates efficient battery design. It can optimize complex systems, and it finally can support governance, and specifically I come into that, urban climate governance. So let's look into that for a second. What's happening here? We have foundations going on, and the foundations of AI, of course, always data. And the data have multiplied massively in the recent decades, starting with remote sensing, satellite data, and then also public open data, and then social media data that give a lot of potential to actually look into high-resolution urban infrastructures. So what can you do? You can actually, by now, take urban properties, spatialized urban properties, these are 16 different ones, and investigate in a neural network approach what is predictive of climate-relevant features such as heating load or transport demand. And so you identify specific urban form features, and you can simulate, for example, for urban planning, like what kind of scenarios of expansion of public housing or housing in general have what kind of systemic effects on resulting greenhouse gas emissions from heating, from cooling, from transport demand. This is a study of Porto, and these are 5 different simulations, and they can be immediately evaluated for marginal greenhouse gas emission effects. And in this case, it finds that transport-oriented development, so it's basically compactification along the main transit axis, is the most beneficial one. We applied this approach ourselves for Berlin, and identifying which kind of urban form leads to transport demand. You see a massive nonlinear effect. In the inner center, it's like basically people don't really need a car, so there's very low CO2 emissions, and then it goes exponentially outwards, and you can color code it together with like income effects. So this is the rich households, these are poorer households. So you see these are households that are massively car dependent but don't have much income. So you immediately have ideas like of where to target specific interventions. This is, and you can really boil it down to applications. So this is again a map of Berlin. And each of the colored circles in this map corresponds to a planned new housing development, like one of the larger, the 20 larger housing developments planned and scheduled by the Berlin Senate. And we can compute the induced greenhouse gas emissions for each of these settlements, like what it means by location. And it gives immediately advice, basically, of where to focus, like where these green ones should be targeted first if like transport greenhouse gas emissions are those that you care about. So like what I'm basically saying, like AI application can help urban planning massively and at a short time scale. This is then, like the question of course is like how easy could you generalize? The problem is like with these kind of studies, you need high resolution mobility data these are typically not available. So these are the 6 cities worldwide where we could accumulate such data. And you can basically, like this is the feature relevance of like different features, how what they mean in terms of like relevance for greenhouse gas emissions. And like the first thing is like, okay, it's actually relatively similar in terms of like, it has more or less the same shape. You see strong linearities and more smaller increase in others. And then also you see difference between cities. Here, for example, distance to employment becomes more relevant at shorter distances in Berlin, but in the Bay Area, it's much more smooth here. And of course, it reflects the different transit systems. So what does it mean in an overall governance scheme? Typically, what are cities actually doing? Cities are players that act in places. They decide about where, what kind of buildings come, what kind of street design is relevant. So that's a typical governance domain of cities. And what comes here in is now that there's an additional layer of data that can be used to apply to the specific spatial design of cities. So like the argument here is like data governance on spatial data becomes increasingly important for cities and to actually modify the design for sustainable solution. And sustainable solution includes here all kind of different issues, not only CO2 emissions. But we are not there. Cities don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity to work on that. They don't have the funding to employ software engineers who have higher salary expectation. That is typically not in the municipal remuneration schemes. And the administrations by administrative structure are not well designed to deal with that. We have, again, actually, we heard about monopolistic power, and we heard it also in the context of LLMs. But this is another domain. It's about spatial data, very different sort of algorithms. And still, Google, again, is coming into this field. They, of course, they have the high-resolution data that are relevant here. They are proprietary, so you can't access them as a researcher. But Google can use it to give solutions for cities with their own, like, perhaps different business models also in the background. I'm arguing here that we need a public domain institution here that provides cities with this kind of information. So that's like my own political goal, so to say. Okay, let's walk towards the systemic consequences. So first of all, we have like AI is ignorant of consequences itself, right? It's general purpose technology. We have good solutions, we have solutions, bad applications, good applications. Can be discussed a few of them. It can also be used for oil field exploration. Of course, that's from a climate perspective not very helpful. Now, the main point here is that I want to make is that there are a number of routes that need to be considered, and I think these are now becoming more in the center of this event here. So I argued here on this kind of route, there's digitalization and AI. It has potential for specific applications that help to reduce planetary footprint. But there are two other routes. The one is the equity route in terms of like how it's currently designed, and it's a Acemoglu book, for example, that specifies also different in North America compared to Europe, but it specifies an increase in inequality, in income, and that is problematic. I come to this route soon. And the other one is a political agency. We see a massive social media impact. It was also discussed today. Polarization is one of the issues. And it means also that agencies influenced, like independent political agencies. Now, both of these, like, are important for this because, and I will show you in a second the evidence for that, climate policies and other sustainability policies require consensus and consensus-making processes, and these are very, very difficult, if not impossible, in times of high polarization and high social inequity. So this is like some of the specific evidence in terms of inequality. You can talk about it from a global side, from a national side, from a supply side, on the specific mining issues, and on a consumption issue. Like all of them, there is specific evidence for that. This is like, it's also not new for you, but this is like the one of the possibilities to conceptualize that the monopolistic data platforms collect more data and refine algorithms. They exercise behavioral control, and they influence political digital agency by forming political opinion. And again, like I claim that this is indirectly relevant also for climate change. So what's happening here? This is like our global data analysis on social trust, inequality, and climate policies. Climate policy are coded as the carbon price because that's like an instrument that can be specifically operationalized, and it's one of the most important policy instruments. And we see here, this is like a structural equation model that inequality and impartiality underpins inequality, which is relevant for social capital, and social capital itself is important to have a climate policy that is actually then effective. So this can be like a little bit reduced to this kind of flow chart. You need equity as a specific dimension that to have social trust and functioning political processes that are relevant for effective climate policies, but the climate policies themselves, in their design of distributional consequences, can increase trust or reduce trust. So that's a loop to keep in mind. What does it mean for digitalization and Anthropocene? Like, there are probably a number of different conceptualization of pathways here. We are currently on this pathway in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. This is what we need. And the hypothesis is that we can, like, it's very difficult to achieve anyway, but even then, it's also important to look at the social consequences of AI use, and the idea is to focus on deliberation and deliberative agency that is still possible in the age of AI. This is probably some of you know that Donella Meadows conceptualized leverage points. These are the 12 different leverage points. I think they're useful in terms of looking at what's happening here. So of course, rules and feedback are important, then the information flows, the goals, and the mindset. I would say, like, if information flows are very interesting. We have a changing information environment. There's, of course, a lot of misinformation, but there's also a lot of potential. And organizing an epistemic web around planetary knowledge with the help of AI could be a key contribution to stabilize the information system. So these kind of ideas can, I don't argue that this is like super important, but this kind of framework can help to see the different levels of action that can and should be happening. For cities, for example, means like participatory data governance, big data tools, but also, of course, being conscious of planetary stability and this contextualization. It connects what we heard yesterday from Edward Willi about co-evolution, that we have digitalization as part of planetary dynamics. And we have environmental, social, and political channels, and this leads to a co-evolutionary trajectory that we should be conscious about to have any possibility to influence it. And that means that we have to set appropriate goals, develop a balanced epistemic web, so that was my example that I just mentioned, and apply new roles for public policy. For AI, I argue that there are three levels here. The first one is governance. That's we are mostly talking about. So there's really like the governance of AI itself, but of course the governance also for climate change. That is the most important level to also reach goals of climate change mitigation. The second one is pathways, the application of AI technologies to reduce emissions. And then as the tools, these are basically the technical solutions that help, for example, municipalities and others to go into climate governance. Last slide. So I was thinking a bit more this morning and yesterday about how all of that is related. And I was, when I got into this, like 1-2 years ago, also with this digitalization in the Anthropocene paper, I was thinking about it's a very much related agenda. I'm now thinking not in all domains, because policy-wise, I think the agendas are still different. For climate change solutions, the priority should be on CO2 emissions. So you have to phase them out. That carbon tax is helpful. You need all kind of regulatory instruments. There's a path dependency issue. There are a lot of specific policy solutions here. And for AI, we heard about Section 230, etc. This is a very different set of technologies, regulations. And then, of course, in a technical level, yes, sure, like there are specific applications of AI that's helpful for climate change, as I outlined. But conceptually, then this is also very important. They are connected, climate change, AI. And the key route here is via democracy. So that's just an example. What I learned now, Section 230 might be very important. And the goal could be here formalized to maintain social trust, which we know is then very important to also have the political capital to get into climate solutions. Which climate change control itself is relevant, because only in a stable climate we can maintain social stability. And again, what we mentioned before, that there are technical routes that connect those issues. Thanks for your attention. Looking forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Felix Kreutzig. I'm sure there are questions, maybe about some of the numbers and the details of some slides. Questions, anybody? Yes.
Thank you very much for a super dense presentation, also super fast. In the title of the institute, or your title, you mentioned global commons. You didn't really talk about commons. So my first question would be, what is the role of the commons in this context? Secondly, as you talk also about democracy, I mean, look at Africa, a continent with a huge population growth tendency. What does all of this that you mentioned mean for the development potential of these countries? It's a totally different discussion than we have in the global north. So does this also apply to, let's say, some of the most populous countries in Africa, not to talk of other parts in the world of the global south? In the north, we have a retreat of climate crisis as a political priority issue, unfortunately, also in our countries. How can this trend be reversed with the help of AI, if I may ask that naively? And my last question is, sorry about the numbers. Is there something on the horizon, because we are not on the right pathway currently, that really would develop in the direction of an ecological eco-dictator on the basis of AI and digital systems, surveillance systems, and so on?
You mean the last question is related to Western democracies?
Whatever you want to answer.
Okay.
You can also relate it to China if you want.
So last question, yeah, I mean, like the obvious answer is China, because it's there's digital surveillance. The capital of digital surveillance is Hangzhou. It's Alibaba capital. They have a very dense video surveillance system at foundation. They have a lot of sensors in the streets, and they have massive cloud computing to have automatic regulation of human behavior on the streets. And their key case when they go to the outside world is the street management, the road traffic management system. They claim they have a 22% reduction of traffic-related, and they don't give the metric, so I tried for 2 years to find out the metric now, whether it's like kilometer reduced or congestion reduced. But that's like Hangzhou's, and it's very interesting. I mean, China is interesting also they chose a different approach. They basically for 10 years built digital infrastructures, like massive digital infrastructures, and didn't really think about like applications, because they were sure there will be many applications and many options for that. And then now they're applying it for starting with a lot of surveillance issues, but they're expanding actually to other issues, and it goes into what you can call eco-dictatorship partially. Global commons. We'll jump to the first question. So first, the atmosphere is the primordial global commons. Here, like everyone can and should make use of that, but can be overused by putting CO2 and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. So that's the global commons that's behind there. But of course, there are other commons, and the interesting part for our purpose could be data commons. And I'm not really an expert on that. I like there are some in German Genossenschaft association models of obtaining and regulating and jointly deciding about data. There's a lot of motivation behind that, and I would be very interested to follow that. They don't seem to be scalable in a certain way. So they sound very nice. Whether they're a real solution, I don't know, but it's definitely something to observe. Then the question, like I'm not exactly sure what question, but what it means for Africa. That's what my takeaway. So it's not an easy question, but like I think the keyword here is, and I don't know how much it works, but the keyword is leapfrogging, and we have observed that it's not only like fancy fashionable word, but it's actually existing in terms like Kenya already opened the first battery factory for electric cars. There's a lot of solar applications. There are mobile phone markets developing for giving remote farmers access. Again, like I don't know how much all of that is scalable and how much it is scaled, but there are definitely opportunities. Like one of the interesting things that I'm looking into is the shared pooled mobility. It's called traditionally paratransit, where we have basically a minivan flowing around, and you just jump into it, and it has like a high occupancy, so it's quite energy efficient. And the question, of course, is like, can we combine it with smart technologies to make it even better and a reliable source of transit in many African cities? And I would argue yes, but this needs a better look into it. You have a third question out of your four, and I forgot those. Can you just say it again, one keyword?
I rephrase the third question. We know there is a retreat of the climate crisis as a priority area in politics in the global north in many countries. How can digital tools, including AI, especially in the literacy front, help kind of overcome this and bring the climate crisis back as a priority issue in politics?
I like the question, but I don't have the answer. I think like one direction is to work on foundations, which is like this epistemic web, like to have a very good database. I mean, you can apply an LLM on a curated pool of scientific papers on climate change and other planetary challenges. So you could have a curated literature pool, and then you can use LLMs to ask questions on those and use it as an authoritative source also for social media or something. That, I think, is one direction, more like on an infrastructure to think about. But on the other hand, I just think that to combat polarization in social media, which is like, again, like what we discussed before, it's very important, but not specific to this issue.
Thank you. We have Michael Wiesmüller next, and then Hannes Wertner. And if everybody asks for questions, then that would be it. So otherwise, we can take Gerti Kapre.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Kreutzig, for this deep dive. I think it's quite exceptional the research that you're doing, because it gives us a systemic flavor of this topic, which is new. We have a lot of examples, taxonomy where AI might help, but this is a more systemic approach, which is very interesting, helpful. Two questions. First is an easy one, but an important one. You had a slide where you showed the share of ICT in the electricity consumption and the share of AI on it. It was figures from 2022, so before the whole LLM business started. We do know that the consumption of those models are incredibly energy intensive, and they're growing even more. So my question is again, what is your expectation concerning the energy hunger of those advanced AI systems? Because this might be really a very deep problem in the future. And the second one is more an invitation to give us a view, where are we on a political level with this kind of systemic ideas? I mean, this is a message saying to policies, well, technology, AI technology could have a pretty important part in this game. I don't find so much on IPCC levels. I don't find so much on discussions we have with relation to climate change targets and so on. So why isn't this hypothesis that you brought up, why isn't this more popular in politics today?
So the easy question, LLMs are a highly energy-intensive development, not necessarily an inference. I have not seen yet any studies that comment on the direct implication of the increased use of LLMs for the energy consumption, but we look forward to the next talk. I think Ivona has possibly much more insights here. A second question, I think, there's path dependency also in policy discourses. Like IPCC is a very slow-moving ship. So basically, it was decided when the last year report came out, the structure was decided of the report in 2015, and nobody was talking about it. And so there was no expertise on digitalization AI in the IPCC report. That's one example. The other thing is that there's a new community. I comment on the climate change AI. They're coming mostly as software engineering part. They are not very connected yet, though we try to change a bit to the traditional climate change community. And they are you can really count the number of people who are researching on that. It's two hands perhaps, who are really working on the nexus. On the level of when it relates to governance, of course, on a very specific application level, there are many, many more. So it's a lot of path dependence also in scientific careers. And then it's also, this is quite high level, right? It's not the concrete policy advice. So okay, that's nice to say, but we have to dig a bit deeper into come to terms what it really means for designing policies and governance.
Please. Just one question.
Thanks a lot for your excellent presentation. And the first question was already raised by Michael, and you answered it already. It was the direct use of this, let's say, electricity use of this large language model. But the second one is a more technical and probably procedural one. You showed the numbers of the simulations or the impact on a city level with all those different input data. And the question would be, from where do you have the data to calculate this? And secondly, are city administrations equipped to do that? Do they have first the data, second, do they have the tools, and third, do they have the know-how for doing that? Because this is quite ambitious activities. And assuming that does not really exist on the level where it's needed, are there some cooperation modes where city administrations cooperate with university for solving such issues? Because this would be a proper approach where university in the context could cooperate with city administration. And I assume that TU Berlin does it in Berlin, or at least I hope.
You start from the end, a very interesting way to the heart of what my topic is about. So we're doing it voluntarily. We don't even have core funding for that. We have scholarship funding to work on that. And of course, we are talking with the city administration to at least be in touch about that, so they know about that. But also it's difficult to build this institutional connection. But let's start from the beginning. Where are the data from? For high resolution data, you need mobile phone provider data. They are made GDPR conform by spatial blurring. Like one key thing, and I'm sorry to go into the technical part, I'm actually not sure it's GDPR conform. Because I think if you're clever enough, you can backtrack identities. Now, I am saying that because I mean, that's why you actually get only under exceptions the data from phone providers, because they know that it could be worrisome. I'm saying what I'm meaning is if you find a good computational solution of how to make the mobile phone data GDPR conform, that would lead actually to an explosion of markets. That would be a major breakthrough also for science. That's the interesting thing. So we have mobile phone data from the 6 cities, and that gives us high resolution information. One of our key goals is like, how can we transfer results to cities where we don't have this high resolution data? Cities often have surveys on district level. So one of the key questions, can we make use of the surveys on district level combined with information that we have from the high resolution studies to make actually predictions and applications for these other cities? And the answer is yes. It's useful. So that's a good news here. And the other question is, of course, it's like basically generalized learning, what's one of the promise of AI in principle. And that's really also technology development where we would like to go into. Last part of your question is really the institution building. Like, I mean, we have published now 5 technical papers on that. We will publish 2 or 3 more. But then it's done, right? We have published on the CO2 options in transport, on buildings, on heat island effects. So we can repeat it for other cities, but it's not interesting from a scientific academic point of view. But it's very interesting for the cities. So I think we need a non-academic institution to make use of that. That should be in the public domain. And of course, academia should contribute by providing the algorithm and how to work with the data. But it should be a non-academic institution that can provide solutions not only for one city, but for many cities. And it would need like 10 software engineers, 10 lawyers, 10 additional staff, like a budget of 5 million a year or something like that. And I think that's one of the key directions I would like to work for, just to see it happening.
All right, very quickly, final question from Gertie, and I hope a short answer.
So also from my side, thank you for the presentation. You are a physicist. What is the profession of your students? Because this is highly interdisciplinary, and it's very important. So what curriculum are your students studying?
I don't even know. No, I mean, there's computer scientists, engineers, political scientists, psychologists, transport modelers. Yeah, it's we define our group by the topic, not by discipline. And of course, it's interesting thing also from a group development, because basically the first thing I'm saying, if you go to my group, I can't promise you anything on a disciplinary career. You have to bet on an interdisciplinary career, and I think there are options for that, but people have to know that. So.
Thank you very much. Let's thank Felix Kreuzig again. Brilliant. Thank you. Fantastic. It's a great pleasure to have as a next speaker a colleague from the Technical University. It's Professor Ivona Brandic. She is full professor for high-performance computing systems at the Institute of Information Systems Engineering at the Vienna University of Technology, where she leads the high-performance computing research group She is also one of the award winners of our famous START Prize, the highest Austrian award for early career researchers. She's a board member of the Center for AI and Machine Learning, and of course a faculty member of the Vienna Center for Engineering in Medicine as well. Ivona, please, we are looking forward to your talk about sustainable computing.
So hello from my side. Welcome to my presentation, and as already mentioned, I'm going to talk about sustainable computing and how can we execute our programs, how can we store our data, or how can we communicate in a sustainable way. And if you look at this picture, you can basically see what we have achieved in the past decade. So we have achieved a lot. I do not have to crash two cars in order to see what happens when two cars crashes. I can simulate that behavior in silico in a computer, which is cost-effective way because I can repeat it again and again. I can fine-tune parameters. I have provenance. I can track everything. And if I do it multiple times and try to fine-tune some parameters, then we are talking about optimization. And if we talk about finite element simulations, this basically revolutionized science in the past years because of the possibilities. Nowadays, we are talking about analytics. We are able to simulate a DNA sequence of SARS-CoV-2 virus. We can simulate, execute a process social network analysis, or I can have a recommendation engine that can recommend me which dress should I buy next. Okay, the downside of this development is shown in this picture. And if you look here, you can see basically, I mean, this is the logarithmic scale, okay? So if you look here, you can see that the frequency, that means the speed of our computers is stagnating since 2006. Our computers are not getting faster, but they are getting faster. So how they are getting faster? Because we are increasing the number of logical units. So we have dual cores, quad cores, octa cores, and so on, and so on. So the development cannot continue forever like that, increasing the logical units, because we are reaching the memory and the power wall. If we keep miniaturizing our computers, they are going to melt. Okay? So this is the first problem that we have. The second problem is shown here. I can do today wonderful things with AI. I can prompt Midjourney and say, please generate a picture of two girls partying. And you will get something like that. If you look closer, you can see that AI cannot count to 5. And I'm not going to comment on that. I think you had already enough discussions on that. But in order to generate such pictures, you need resources. And you can now compare emissions and the equivalent, CO2 equivalents of AI with CO2 emissions of our daily life. Felix, I'm looking forward to the discussion with you on that. So this is the paper of Emma Strubel, who was one of the first trying to measure or estimate CO2 footprint of AI. So you can see we can compare it with the CO2 footprint of a travel between San Francisco and New York, or a human life or American life. So you can see if American people want to be sustainable, they have to move to Europe. And then you can also see the CO2 footprint of training one deep learning model and also transformers, which need a lot of resources and have very, very bad CO2 footprint, depending, I also have to say, depending on the region, geographical region where they get trained, right? Yeah. So all those developments led to establishment of completely new branches of science, right? And we have also a branch of science which is called computational sustainability, where we have multiple views on the CO2 footprint of our infrastructures, basically of IT. That's what I'm doing in my research. Or we can also use IT to build a better world or understand impact on climate change, for example, what Felix is doing. And we have always human in the loop. If I tell you now, please stop using your computers and your smartphones, we are going to decrease CO2 footprint, right, to zero, but people are not going to do that. So behavior change is one of the very, very difficult actions to do. What we can do trade-off. That means we try to substitute and exchange different software engineering dimensions. I can have better sustainability if I reduce accuracy, or I can have better sustainability if I give up a little bit security or something like that. So this is the traditional way to do that. Then there is also the disruptive way, where we introduce completely new technology that has the sustainability and efficiency of totally new order of magnitude. And I'm also going to show you that. So how can we achieve sustainability? The easiest way to do that is to create a virtual machine, which is a kind of revolutionary way to do sustainable computing on a large scale. So what I've done here, I have created a simulation of a computer on another computer, which gives me a lot of flexibility, right? What I can do on a small scale, on my laptop, I can do also on a large scale, and this is called cloud computing. And that's also where the power of cloud computing and also sustainability of cloud computing comes from, because data and programs are not bound to hardware and computers. They are bound to places where I can produce green and cheap energy. So, and what you can see here, we have now a layer of physical machines, PMs. We might have thousands of machines in a geographically distributed setup. And what I can do now, I can move data and programs between geographically distributed data centers in order to save energy and to reduce CO2 footprint. And that's what I'm doing, what I've been doing in my research. This is one of the major topics that I did in my START award on runtime control in multi-clouds. I did that already 10, 12 years ago, where most of the people told me, oh, sustainability, do something really relevant, okay? Stop doing this, stop. I mean, no one cares about that in computer science. I have to say, in academics, in my university, my faculty, and the funding agency, they had the other opinion. They gave me a lot of grants to do this type of research. And today, the algorithms that we developed are state-of-the-art. They are used to manage large data centers in a sustainable way. And you can see here a screenshot from one of our lectures. We have invited lecture with Anna Radovanovic from Google. They are also doing workload shift in space and time. So you can see here the time, and here you can see the workload on your CPU. So sometimes you have high carbon intensity electricity and you have a lot of workload. So what you can do here, you shift your workload to the midnight, where you have low carbon intensity. And this is state of the art. And this is what you can also do if you are training, for example, large language models or other AI models and tools, because this is something that is not very time critical. So this is state of the art. I want also to show you another method to achieve sustainable computing, and we do it by using the power of symbols. So symbols are everywhere, right? So we do not have to store original images here, like of the bicycle, of the person. We can replace raw data with symbols very, very early in the data processing pipeline, right? And that's what we are doing. And we had a very interesting project that was supported by City of Vienna, and the problem was that in Vienna we have old streets, and Vienna is old city. It wasn't built for cars. So sometimes you have a very, very difficult situations where you have crossings like here. So this is a real crossing in Vienna, Gittenberger and Perfetta Straße in 23rd district. So you have here a bus station, you have here bicycles, you have here playground, and you are allowed to have the right turn here. So a lot of accidents are happening here because the drivers don't see the bicycle drivers or the kids or the pets, right? And we participated in a challenge, and in this challenge, the question was, how can you use 5G other than just having a faster internet? And we created a smart city intelligent traffic light that can look around the corner. So what we did here, we installed cameras, and we didn't install cameras on the vehicles because all these assistance systems, they don't work in a proper way because otherwise we would all using it. We don't use it. So we use a bird view. So we install camera on the traffic light, right? And then we have convolutional networks here. We observe objects of interest like kids, bicycle drivers. We process the video frames, and then we have these small computers installed in the traffic light. And then we symbolize the data. We process only symbols that are of interest for us, like a person, bicycle driver, dog, cat. And then we send notification to all cars in the vicinity. So you can see this was experiment, this was proof of concept, where you can visualize pedestrians on the Google Map app of the driver, right? Or you can get an acoustic signal. There are two pedestrians in the dead corner of your vehicle. And this is also a picture from our demonstration. Yeah, we won the 5G use case challenge of the City of Vienna, but that's not why I'm showing you that. It was a rather small project, like, I don't know, 100K, but it opened so many other questions. It showed so many different problems that we have in data processing. So we decided, let's symbolize arbitrary streams of data. We are not trying to detect a person or a car. We try to detect, are there some symbols? Can we replace raw data? So here we have 250 data points. So we try to find similarities between the segments. So we use here clustering algorithms, and we apply polygonal chain approximation and try to symbolize arbitrary streams of data on demand using moving windows in an online and adaptive fashion. And we got also Chair's Appreciation Prize to Junior Researcher, which is Daniel Hofstetter. He's our master student. And for this work, we got this award. And the work was performed also with Ivan Luic and Shashi Ilaga. Ivan is now, he's leading research in Ericsson Nikola Tesla in Croatia and was my PhD student in my group. And we didn't stop here. So we had a lot of other problems to solve. And another problem appeared, and Felix mentioned that. Sustainability works only if it scales. Okay? So having one intelligent traffic light doesn't help you. We have, 1,000 in Vienna. So, and the question is, we had manually to adapt every traffic light to fine-tune the camera to the angle. Also, you have different, sometimes you have different behavior on the street, you have different characteristics during the night, during the day. And there are so many parameters that you have to set here or to optimize, like, for example, camera resolution, camera frame rate, object detection model, detection threshold. So it results in, 10,000 possible states that you might have here. And no one can afford, 1,000 system administrators trying to fine-tune the traffic light. So what we developed here is a completely new software engineering model where you can trade, what I said in the beginning, you can trade accuracy to give more sustainability and energy efficiency here. So sometimes we have only 1 frame per second, but it's still enough to detect pedestrians during the night, for example, right? And we were able to save up to 80% energy on that traffic light. And here you can see our group. This was collaboration with Alessandro, Marco, and Leonardo. They are from University Milano Bicocca. Ezio Bartocci, he's my colleague from TU Wien, and also Shashi Ilaga. And you can see here our experimental setup where we have basically everything what we have on the traffic light. We have the camera, we have Raspberry Pi, we have accelerator, digital power meter, where we were able to measure energy consumption. So this is the first part of my talk. Now I would like to show you the disruptive method that we can use here to increase sustainability of our infrastructures. As I said in the beginning, we have basically problems because data volumes are growing faster than the processing power. All the computers that we have now are not built for this amount of data that we process every day. And every device that we have, no matter whether it is a smartphone or warehouse scale data center, they have the same architecture basically, which is not designed for this amount of data. Plus all the laws that I learned in school and university, they don't apply anymore. So we are now not in the Moore era, we are in the post-Moore era. So our computing power is not doubling every 18 months, as I learned in school, right? So we have to look for alternatives. And where I'm very often invited to give talks about digitalization. And then I have to say, I'm so sorry, it doesn't work anymore. You cannot digitalize everything. There are some parts, there are some problems that have to be processed in an analog way, right? And here are the 2 alternatives for the analog processing of data, which is the neuromorphic computing and also quantum computing. So I'm not going to explain the basics of quantum computing, but I can tell you what is the difference between this digital world that is built of 0 and 1s and the computational base that we have in quantum computing, which is totally different, and it's so counterintuitive for the computer scientists, right? So basically what we have here is this 3-dimensional Bloch sphere, that is the computational base here. So you don't have to be expert to understand that maybe representing an atom or a molecule might be the right solution if you want to use quantum computing here. So what we exploit here is the native 3D modeling of scientific application. And that's why I say analog computer, right? You try to encode your problem using the natural computational base that you have in quantum systems. The problem that we have currently is that such computers, if you want to use it, you have to have PhD in quantum physics. And we want to change that. So why do we want to change that? Where comes the idea of efficiency and sustainability of such computers? It's because of the space efficiency that they offer to us, right? So what you can do, for example, if you want to represent a time instant of a caffeine molecule, you can use 10 to the power of 48 bits in a classical computer, or you can use 160 qubits. This is just to show you the order of magnitude we are talking about. So what we can do here, we can do completely different type of computation that cannot be solved on a classical computer. For example, if I try to build a digital twin of a biological system, for example, of a human body for the personalized medicine, I cannot do that on a classical machine We don't have the power, the storage, nothing. But this might be a solution to model so many possible solutions and so many possible ways and paths that you might have in a biological system. And where the power comes is also of the possibilities to represent so many states. Every time you add a qubit, you double your possible outcome. With 20 qubits, there are a million possible outcomes. With 100 qubits, you have more possibilities than there are bits in all hard drives in the world. And with 300 qubits, there are more possibilities than there are particles in the universe. But, there is always a but. We have two major algorithms where everything is based on in quantum systems. We have Grover algorithm for the unstructured search, where we have speed up of square root of n versus n, and we have Shor's algorithm that is finding the prime factors in integer, where we have a polynomial versus exponential speed up. So those are totally different order of magnitudes that we have, and machine learning, quantum machine learning, has also wonderful promise. But in reality, we have a lack of standardization. So basically, there is no technology that is currently the most successful one. We have D-wave machine, which works with annealer. We have trapped ion machine, superconducting machine. And there are no two quantum machines in the world that have the same architecture. So for computer scientists, this is like a wild west, right? So there are no rules on the architecture. Then, the data transformation, our entire world is digital. All end devices, smartphones, sensors, we get digital data, right? And we have to prepare a quantum state. We have to transform from the digital world into the quantum state, which can kill basically every speed up, yeah? Then we have to deal with decoherence. That means the state just decay over time, and we have noise, which makes it very hard to do something useful in terms of computation. Plus, quantum systems, they sometimes require a very specific environment. This is the inside of a quantum machine from my colleagues in Innsbruck. So this is the ion trap machine. And they succeeded to put the quantum machine into a rack. And this is something very, very important if you want to build a data center. Whatever you have, it has to fit into a rack, okay? And this fits into the rack, plus the ion trap machine that they use works at the room temperature, so we don't need extra freezers, right? And this is a bit a game changer if you want to have a quantum enhanced data center. What we are also doing in one of the big projects, FFG projects, it is a flagship project, where we build, I don't know if it's the first, second, or the third AGPC integrated quantum machine in the world. I hear different information from different angles, but I think as far as I know, there are only 5 such machines that are built now in the world, and 3 are in Europe. So, how does this work? So usually you have a traditional AGPC data center where each node has its own operating system. Nodes are interconnected with network cable. If you need higher performance, you have more processors, and it's accessed with the front end. So this is basically how such AGPC data center looks like. So you have now multiple users. If the user A wants to use it, so you make a reservation for the certain node. If user B wants to use it, you make a reservation at another node. And if the user C wants it, so you have reservation maybe, I don't know, for 3 nodes. So the idea here is to have a batch system that automatically forwards certain tasks to the QPU, quantum processing unit, right? We have already highly heterogeneous clusters with different processing units. We have GPUs, TPUs, CPUs. Now we get QPUs. And this task of extracting the computation and forwarding to the QPU is not that straightforward. And this is the current stage of our machine that we are developing at HPQC project, where we have a cluster, which consists of 62 nodes, where we have a real quantum machine, which is ion trap machine, and then where we have a certain offloading API, means it looks like an ordinary programming language, which is always a good thing for a computer scientist, where you can encode your computation using circuit API. Right, and this is currently under development, and just to show you, this is the current picture from the installation of the ion trap machine, and the experimental physicists are trying to fine-tune parameters so that we from the computer science can do something useful with the machine. So for example, they are changing from calcium isotope to barium isotope in order to keep the excited particle for a longer time in a certain state so that we are able to measure something. Right. And then there are other parameters that they are trying to fine-tune. Also, just to show you how this looks at the experimental physics department. So here is again the quantum machine that fits into the rack, which is a deal breaker sometimes. Then here you have the ion trap machine, and here you can see when it works, yeah? And the color is because they use barium isotope, I was told, right? What we are doing in my group, we are trying to execute real-life applications on a hybrid continuum consisting of a quantum and a classic machine. And as I mentioned, there are certain computations that can be efficiently executed on the quantum machine. For example, representing a molecule can be efficiently represented on a quantum machine. Doing 1 + 1 is not that efficient. But if you want to calculate distance between two atoms, this is something that can be efficiently executed on the quantum machine. So what we are doing, we are trying to create such pipelines and workflows where we have and read the input of the trajectory file. Trajectory file contains a snapshot of a molecule at the certain time instant, right? So we read the trajectory file, we find the atom segments of interest, and then we calculate inner atomic distances and largest eigenvalues, and this is something that can be efficiently executed on a quantum machine, and that's what we do. And afterwards, we have the classical data post-processing. So we have the trajectories, which are vectors or tensors, then we have amplitude encoding, then we have this is done on the quantum machine. We have C-swap tests, quantum subroutine, where we calculate collective variables, and then post-processing of data. So the work here was done with Vincenzo De Maio and Sandeep Kraganora. He was our student. He's now working in Jülich as PhD student. And we are working together with Eva Dielmann, and she developed a workflow modeling tool. This is a tool that can model computation as interconnected set of tasks. So she can very efficiently decompose applications into very small pieces. And this is very useful if you want to execute on a hybrid machine. The other thing that we are doing in my group, we are also benchmarking. We just recently benchmarked first machine learning algorithms. And I'm talking about real data sets that comes from the IoT data sources, where we created a layer for encoding and transpilation to the quantum machine. And then we have the aggregation layer where we filter and post-process on the classic hardware. And the idea was here is that in machine learning you have very often many parameters, hyperparameters that can be optimized or selected in one or another way. So we benchmark that. So you can see here, for example, different optimizer that we benchmark here, and different other parameters. What we are also doing, we are trying to break the classic code and trying to figure out, for example, how can we execute a protein folding on a quantum machine. This is something also that can be executed very efficiently on the quantum machine. And also Vincenzo De Maio from my team recently won a challenge with a group of scientists. We They are all geographically distributed, working in different institutes, and they encoded protein folding in the most accurate way under time pressure. So it was a challenge to code a certain problem. And one of his team members, she's giving invited talk next week at our group. She is CTO of Ingeni, which is a startup from Spain dealing with quantum machine learning. The important thing that is happening right now, we are transforming computer science a little bit to an interdisciplinary field, right? So last week we had a Quantum Fall Fest. If you want to start working on quantum systems, it's very difficult for a computer scientist. It's not like, oh, I'm just learning another programming language. It's a completely different way of thinking. You have to learn the math. So what we organized is a Quantum Fall Fest at TU Wien, where everyone can participate. Students from school, from universities. Yeah? And what we are doing, we have the first joint lecture on hybrid classic quantum systems, where students learn how to code hybrid systems that consist of a quantum and classic part. And this is also the first interdisciplinary lecture that I'm teaching. So we have physicists from the theoretical physics, Nico Fries. We have Felix Zilk, he's also physicist. We have Merjan, she's mathematician. Tobias Guggenmoos from photonic, and Vincenzo De Maio from computer science. To conclude, what can we do to achieve sustainable computing? On the one hand, we have trade-off, where we can trade one dimension like accuracy, maintainability, modularity with energy consumption and sustainability. On the other hand, there are disruptive approaches where we can create new accelerators for very specific tasks, like for the chemistry, for machine learning. And the challenge here is to integrate with existing systems. This is really a huge challenge. However, what we can do, even though we don't have the machines yet, we can educate and create a mindset of the students who know how to work with such machines. And although we have limited hardware availability, we are working on the telescope technology, right? We are already developing programming models, fragmentation models, to have everything ready once the machines are there. Thank you very much. And just what I want to say, what I have presented, my presentation, all of my projects are third-party funding projects. So I want to thank the funding agency in Austria and in Europe for the very generous support, and also to my team. So everything what I presented today is the effort of my team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ivona. But what an innocent title for a very mind-blowing talk. Questions? Any more details on quantum computing? Yes.
That was a great talk. Thank you so much for it. To what extent are you using GPT-4 in writing quantum code? Quantum hybrid code, I guess you'd say.
So do you want to know about the status, or?
I'm sitting here with my computer and it's writing quantum code for me.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so are you doing that in your lab?
Well, we still try to use our human intelligence to do that, because we want to teach students how to do that. But I'm not sure what it is, what we use for the development, how they are built in the background, right? But we use certain tools to encode, right, our problems that we have. But we still do everything manually to understand what we are doing.
Thank you for this so wonderfully animated presentation. Have you participated in the quantum flagship or in any of the European quantum networks? And if so, has that produced added value for you?
I'm participating in the flagship which is in Austria, and the partners partners are international because Austria is small, so we have also partners from, for example, from Switzerland. But, and I have also to say, the focus of my work is on quantum computation. There are three, I would say, major fields, which is quantum sensing, quantum cryptography, and quantum computation. I'm focused with my work on quantum computation. The other parts, for example, cryptography, they have, I would say, much more calls and possibilities also for funding. That's at least my impression. I don't know whether this is going to change in the future, right? Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Ivana, for the trip into the future. Going back to the past,
okay.
I learned there is no free lunch. What is the price you have to pay? Because if there's no free lunch, it's also, let's say, the dark side of the moon.
Yeah. The current price that we have to pay is in terms of data transformation processes, which are costly. Yeah. And the problem is currently if you have, for example, streaming systems where you have high rate of streaming with new data. This is currently that doesn't work very well, but there are all research directions on that, how to counteract the problems that you have with high streaming rate, whether are there some intermediary data representations, or the question here is, where your quantum machine starts and ends. So this is also when you do you do some pre-processing before, or do you do something on the quantum machine? How much can you do beforehand without losing the benefit of the quantum technology? So there are a lot of questions and a lot of open issues open there.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? Does that, because you mentioned this, which I found fascinating, the de-digitalization in order to prepare for quantum computing, but that would mean a complete exchange of hardware in the worst case, and for sensors, for example.
Yeah, this would mean a completely different exchange of hardware. For another technology would be a little bit easier, for example, for neuromorphic computing, where you work with the analog values and encode the data later, you digitalize data later. So this, I think, has the potential, much higher potential, to be used at the other side of the spectrum, right, where the data are produced, right?
Analog computing is
yes. Yeah, it's not that. No, not at all, not at all.
Thank you for a great talk. I have a very innocent question. When you think about quantum intelligent explosions in the next 3 decades, can quantum computing save the planet?
Can quantum computing save the planet? It can help us to accelerate processes, to understand climate change in a better way, with using less resources. It can help us to do computation or simulation that we cannot do today with classical computers, right? But as I said, there are issues with the data transformation, how to feed the data into the quantum system. Might be. The best answer for computer scientists is, we don't know, we will see.
One more by Thomas. Can I, before Thomas asks his question, and then this one, are you usually advertising, when you talk to research funders, your work as quantum, as cryptography, or as sustainability? What resonates best with funders or
Good
colleagues?
question. I have my heart as a computer scientist. I still always, I think, I appear as a computer scientist working in a highly interdisciplinary field. And, telling, I work in interdisciplinary field in a computer science, it's easy to say, but hard to do. But this is, and I see it in my team. I have also interdisciplinary team, physicists, mathematicians, computer scientists. The methods that I use in my research are brutally computer science methods.
All right, we changed the
Hello, thank you for a very nice talk, very interesting. My question is, Vivian Westwood said in 2002, we are totally uneducated because machines dominate everything.
Mhm.
What's your opinion on this sentence of the fashion designer?
Sorry, can you
Vivian Westwood said this
Uh-huh.
sentence.
Can you
We are
repeat this?
totally uneducated because machines dominate everything.
Yes, I can understand, I can relate to that question. And I think that we have a very important role how to educate people because we trust more and more and more to machines. I had a very, very interesting discussion, for example, whether we have to teach facts in our schools because you can Google everything. But the question is also, do I trust Wikipedia? Do I trust what I find? So the role, how do we teach? Do we teach the facts or do we teach the problem-solving abilities, which seems to be necessary more than ever to be able to critically think and assess developments? So I think the educational system has a very important role more than ever to educate people how to navigate through these times that we are experiencing right now, how to decide how to use technology, how to critically use technology. And I know it is very difficult because it costs time, it costs resources that are used maybe elsewhere to create an educational system for the future.
Final question goes to the historian.
Yes, so I'm a historian, Thomas Haig. I'm working right now on a book defining digitalities with some co-authors about the history of different concepts of digitality.
Mhm.
So I was very interested in the idea that quantum computers are not digital, but at the same time you were talking about qubits, and bit is of course a contraction of binary digit.
Mhm.
So in what sense can they work with bits but not be digital?
I mean, the name comes also from the computational basis. I mean, in a quantum computer, we have a qubit in a superposition, which is basically in both states at the same time, right? So that's also where the difference comes from. I'm not sure where the name yet now comes from.
I mean, I do not know much about quantum, but my impression was that it can consider many different combinations of possible bit values simultaneously.
Mhm.
So in that case, though, is each configuration still not a discrete digital configuration, and it just can consider all the possibilities at once, which of course is not the same thing as being analog?
I mean, sometimes you can encode your data in a completely different way. So I don't know if it's the right way to talk about the digital values here, right? Depending how you encode your data. Sometimes you can encode, for example, a vector in a native way, right? So I'm not sure if this is the right way to talk about the digital values here. Okay, so just my observation.
Maybe that's something to continue to you over the coffee break. I can tell you the coffee is not hot or cold before you press the button and it comes out of the thermos, and then you know. So, in that sense, let's thank again both speakers, but particularly also Ivona for the wonderful talks. Thank you very much. Coffee break and then final panel in half an hour.
finish on time. Thanks for staying with us on this final panel. This is somehow a summary of this 2 days event. Let's say looking at what we have heard on one side, the first day where we had really on the power of, let's say, artificial or machine intelligence and the interface to humans, and also the limitations. And the second day, more, let's say, out to societal and economic and political problems, as well as a contribution of AI to sustainability or climate issues. And what we also learned is that AI does not exist by itself as a clear definition. This we learned when we heard about the brand, but also when we looked at the different methods and technologies and paradigm behind this general purpose technology, as it was mentioned by Helga. GPT also knows generative pre-trained models, so it's something, a double wording, and I was thinking when you said GPT models, I was not so sure what you were meaning in this context. So we are looking on one side a little bit what we heard, but also try to give an outlook to the future. Since we have 1.5 hours on this topic and final round, we will do it in 3 rounds. We have 2 rounds with questions to the panelists, and then we have the final one where we pass over the word to you, to the audience, and looking for your questions and input. I'm very glad that you followed the invitation to participate in this panel, and it's a highly distinguished panelists. So really, I have to underline this without smiling too, because I think this is serious. I'm not going to introduce Helga Novotny and George Mitakidis. They have already been introduced in the previous days, today and yesterday. I would like to introduce the 2 other panelists, Christoph Thun-Hohenstein. I have written down what you are and what your background is, and it's very interesting. He's Director General for International Cultural Affairs in the Austrian Ministry for Foreign Affairs and International Affairs. He has, one would not think about that because he speaks like a technological guy. He has a background in political science, law, and history of art, so this is really where your heart is, I think. And besides being ambassador at the ministry, he was also the director of the Cultural Forum of Austria in New York, and he was also the artistic and general director of MAC, which is the Austrian Museum for Applied Art. So he was also in the art arena, and he initiated the Vienna Climate Biennale, which will take first time next year. So this is also the background where your questions come from in these 2 days, also looking at the environmental and climate issue. And I'm happy to introduce Gerti Kappel, computer scientist with a focus on computer engineering and business informatics. She's well known in the European and international, highly ranked in software engineering and model-based software engineering. So formal methods to create software. And she's currently the dean of the faculty and running, let's say, a faculty of, I think, already nearly 500 researchers on the different levels, and a faculty of over nearly 6,000 students. So you really have to think this as not a small and medium-sized enterprise. It's already with, let's say, relationship to Austria, let's say, between mid-sized and big company. The first questions I would do in the row here, and I ask you for an answer. We have agreed that each of you has 5 to 6 minutes, but even if you want to have longer, it's not a problem. I will cut the others. No, this was a joke. We say digital humanism is an agenda to the future. And The question is also hearing what we, reflecting what we heard here, shouldn't be there a question mark at least? Something where you, let's say, is it really an agenda in the future? Can it really some guiding, let's say, guiding point of view into the future? And what are limits to this? And I would like to start with Helga, and we go in the, let's say, sequence as you sit here. Helga, the floor is yours.
For me, the question is, we are between a question mark and an exclamation mark. And we have to decide which side we move. The question mark, you can say, is justified because we are not quite sure what digital humanism is, and we will come to that. And the exclamation mark comes because, at least here in this room, we are convinced that we need digital humanism. And I suppose you would not be here if you would not be convinced that it is needed. And so I think this is the situation in which we find ourselves. And for me, partly this goes into the, the question, what is the potential, what is the strengths of digital humanism? And I think one of its strengths is that it provides something that you might call, comes close to being a moral compass in these confusing times. And I know, moral compass is a big word. This is why I say that it approximates a moral compass. But you have this feeling, people, when you speak with people on, average people who are not working in this field, one of the first questions that always comes up, well, what about ethics? We want ethics. And then ethics becomes a kind of magic word. And you think if you put in the word magic, the word ethic, the magic works and every problem will be solved. We know this is not the case. Ethics is necessary, ethics is not sufficient. And for me, this is this search, where are we going? What kind of guiding principles are there, etc. And I think digital humanism points in one direction. I also like the word humanism and the vagueness that comes with it. This might surprise you, but I think vagueness and ambivalence also has its productive uses. And if you go back in history, because after all, humanism is not invented in the digital age, it rather has a long history. And there were so many different kinds of humanisms. There was the humanism of the Renaissance. There was the rediscovery of humanism in the German Enlightenment, and so on. But this is the kind of plurality that is needed. And yet, the basic principle was, what does it mean to be human? And how can we put the human into the center of what we are doing? And during the Renaissance, there was also this sort of transformation of everything, politically, culturally. We remember the artistic side because it's beautiful, but there was political turbulence. and if you dig deeper, it was not such a nice time to live there, depending, which side you were on. Were you for the Pope or for the cities, and so on and so on. And then I think, at least here in Vienna, where it all started in 2019 with the manifesto, I think we have something to show. It's teaching, the chair of digital humanism that exists, the UNESCO chair. I think this is great. And also very recently, the WWF, had this call for digital humanism. So also research is beginning to have some kind of response. So I would stop here to leave time for the others. Thank you.
Christoph, you are the next one.
Thank you very much. I lived 8 years in New York, and what you learn there, don't be modest about your own achievements. So I just add one word or one sentence to what you said earlier. I'm very proud that I kind of started with digital humanism in 2015 at the MAC. And we had a Vienna Biennale circle, including some eminent experts such as Mark Köckelberg. to really work on this idea of digital humanism. And there was an exhibition in 2017 at the Vienna Biennale for change on the topic. And so I was really happy, and there's a long sentence, that the Vienna Manifesto came out in 2019. But it has been a topic that I was interested ever since. I'd like to pick up, I totally agree with one, I think, very important exception. I don't like when it is said that digital humanism, it's about humans, it has to be human-centered, you know, because we live in a more than human world. There are other species, so we don't live in an anthropocentric world anymore. We suddenly understand that there are other parts to nature than humans. We are part of nature. And this has, of course, also dramatic consequences. And for me, what is really key is that we see a dual transformation. One is the ecological transformation, and the other one is the digital, especially AI transformation. And the problem is that, and this is an exception today, that usually these two transformations are seen totally separately. Yeah? But we're talking about the same timelines. We're talking about 2040 climate neutral, or 2050 some other countries. And at the same time, there are post-humanists such as Ray Kurzweil talking about 2045 singularity. It's the same timelines, but we don't put them together. And if you put them together, I think you arrive at completely different urgencies, if I may say so, because you suddenly understand that all the policies we have to invent, to imagine, have to be policies of a dual transformation that has to be considered one transformation. And I think for that, by the way, the ecological transformation is not known an ecological transformation if we don't consider it also a social transformation. And again, kind of deal with it together, we won't arrive at the results necessary. So we have an eco-social transformation plus a digital AI transformation. And for that, I think we need a new focus, even a new narrative. Yeah? The new narrative for me is going beyond neutral, because nobody is passionate about neutral, except the Austrians, but that was a political comment. No, but we need to do something positive. Yeah? So the positive is what I call regeneration. You could also use a different word for it, but it's basically kind of we build something anew in a non-fossil world, which means that all countries, but all citizens also have to reorient themselves. We're not following the linear pattern of development, with the global north being in front and the least developed countries at the back. And those are copying the others on that linear path. Suddenly the linear path is a dead end because of fossil industrialization, fossil societies, and everybody from wherever they are has to reorient themselves towards a new narrative. And there you enter a new space of dialogue, because nobody has the recipes for the future, nobody owns the future. In that set, and everybody can bring, as it was also clear this afternoon, different concepts in Africa. That's why I mentioned also Africa, and I got a very good response also. So the interesting thing is there's a new big zone from dialogue. We can all learn from each other in kind of making this regenerative world possible. And the big thing is now, what is the role of AI? Also with a look to the different countries, but also the people, the humans in those countries and other species, and think them together. I'm almost at the end. Circular economy was also, I think, briefly mentioned. That's, of course, a key, but it will take way too long to just kind of turn our linear world circular. We have circular economy and culture is a huge part, is a key part of regeneration, but regeneration in the end means where the business models, the lifestyles, etc., that manage to give back more to Earth than we extract. Yeah? And now suddenly, if we discover we're reaching a dead end, there's a full world of innovation and creativity that can work towards this end. And I think for digital humanism, it has to become a regenerative digital humanism. So in that sense, it's even more a moral code, or whatever you call it, compass, you call it, because it's very clear interlinked. And it also, as regards the regeneration of democracy, I think we all agree that our democracies have to be regenerated. Yeah? And the digital, as we heard today, can play a sizable role in it. And what I'm interested in, also in my work at the Foreign Ministry, is the interface between the arts and culture, especially the arts where you exhibit things, but also authors in their writings, etc. How can the arts imagine non-fossil futures? It's not about one future. It has to be regenerative, but there are different futures possible. How can the arts here imagine new worlds of the future, including some dystopias, which are from time to time not bad. I recently said at the book fair in Vienna, imagine a future in 2040 when there is not a single democracy left on earth. Wow. Everybody was, wow. And if you imagine that, you discover, oh, we have to do something about it. And not only in 2039, but now. We don't want to go that path. Yeah? And this is a dystopia that really kind of wakes you up. But what is also important is, I think, the constant and the systemic and structured cooperation with sciences, research, and technology. So between arts and culture on the one side and science, research, and technology on the other side, because you can get such outstanding results in putting these worlds together on a continuous basis. So that's basically what I want to say. Last word, literacy. Literacy, literacy. Because if you talk about arts and science, you also need participation. You have to do it bottom-up. Yeah? And bottom-up requires literacy on the part of all involved. So the better literacy you get, the better results will be.
I understood your contribution that digital humanism is a major part of an agenda for the future. Put it in short. Yeah. Okay. Gerti, the floor is yours. By the way, Gerti, before you, I forgot one thing. If you look here, because some of you asked, this is the website of the Digital Humanism Initiative, because we did not present this anywhere. So it's, when you go to the website, you find everything, what you are looking for, as well as the presentation of these 2 days, as well as all the videos. So if you go there on this website, which is hosted by the TU Wien, I thank very much for that, there are all the information you can find. Okay, what was discussed here, things like that. Just as a procedural information, and the books which will appear in near future. And the other one about the perspective is number 3 in the download list of Springer. Yeah, this is something. So we did something. Okay.
Outreach. I liked what my predecessor was saying. Nobody owns the future, but I also know we teach the future. And okay. And therefore, I would for sure say this is an exclamation mark. Yeah? What is our agenda of the future? And when you talk about the future, a little bit you should look where you're coming from and what is the provenance. And interesting enough, and I really have to repeat it here, we were the first faculty, first department in Austria who established already in mid-80s a full professorship in the area of technology assessment, Technikfolgenabschätzung. There is even a whole institute at our Academy of Sciences in this area. It was in '85 when we established this position, and in fact, it was filled by a physicist, and I can tell you she had really a very hard time to convince the computer scientists that it is important to think about the implications of the technology. And we managed even to fill this, the successor position, not in this area, but in a total different area of computer science. And I think it was a mistake. And this we have to now kind of not repeat the mistake, but to repair.
And I'm really convinced that we have to teach our technically-oriented computer science students, computer science and business informatics and computer engineering and whatever you call it, that they have the tools, they have the concepts, and they have the competence to build better technological systems. That there are technical solutions, not only, but there are technical solutions to a lot of problems. Of course, they have to work together with the other disciplines, but primarily we have to teach them. And what we have, along this row, what we have done so far is that we have changed our bachelor curriculum, and at least it is written. We haven't implemented yet everything, but it is written that in every subject which we are teaching, in every course, be it logics, software engineering, verification, you name it, embedded ethics as an ethical consideration in computer science has to be included in every course. So when I teach, for example, database systems, I can teach about fair data principles. When I'm teaching software engineering, I can talk about transparency in algorithms, and so on. We are at the very beginning. There is a lot of resistance, you can always call it, from the colleagues. But at least I think we are at the starting point. This is the old discussion going on between should everybody teach a certain principle, or is there an own subject or an own kind of position for a certain topic? We also want to establish in our faculty at the TU Wien, it's a really technical university, a new full professorship in the area of digital humanism. We are at the very beginning. We are in fact now collecting ideas how to position it, because we don't want to repeat the same mistake we had done in the mid-80s, where we just established this technology assessment, and it was like, putting the professor in some corner and not talking to the person anymore. This is somewhere we are in the middle. It's in the middle of the process. I take every input I get from everywhere, because it's really, in fact, this is one responsibility I have as a dean, that I can kind of shape a little bit, 0.001% of the future of the faculty. But this is where I also say this is an exclamation mark and not a question mark. So I stop here for the beginning.
First, a word about
No, it's okay. It was just because you had so thoughtful mind.
To collect my thoughts. I want to say something about the pertinence of digital humanism in the following sense. Earlier today, I shared some thoughts about democracy in the AI era. It was only after that I looked at the manifesto. And what did I find? I mean, in the manifesto, I found that we should shape technology development to support humans and not replace them. It calls for effective regulation to deal with technology monopolies. It calls for promoting democracy and inclusion, overcoming inequalities. Helga talked about compass. Well, I submit to you that the manifesto remains a pertinent and very relevant compass. And of course, it has to be reinterpreted, reimagined as the context changes, but it's still there and it's still strong. At the same time, in the top of the manifesto, it says it calls for deliberating and acting on all the other things. And I think that on the deliberation part, things worked quite well between 2019 and 2023. There was interdisciplinary talk, there was a holistic approach to, and I don't have a problem with human-centric in the sense that I don't interpret it in the sense of egocentric, but more like in the Protagoras sense, if you will. So on the deliberation part, the activity is needed, it's pertinent, and there's not much I could say to alter it or suggest adjustments. Now, on the acting part, that's a different story, because acting would include, for example, influencing policy. It would include redirecting some research, for example, in AI, so as to better fit with the manifesto declarations. For that, there is concerted effort needed, which cannot be provided on an ad hoc basis by just one or two dedicated individuals. It needs broader support, and I'm very glad to hear that there are plans for establishing at least part of such a support base. It also calls for developing synergies with like-minded organizations who are not alone in this world, and there are already some such synergies with organizations like Digital Enlightenment, Web Science Trust, more recently the People-Centered Internet, and there are others, and they have different strengths. And we can think of how to federate, how to put together these strengths so that we can actually have an impact on the future. So on the principle side, I think we're on very solid ground, and on the acting side, there are some steps needed for which broader support is absolutely necessary, because I have experienced in my life in participating in various organizations that great initiatives are started by individuals. And Digital Humanism is a great initiative, but they don't survive unless they then evolve into a more structured organization gifted with adequate support. And finally, I couldn't express higher support for what Gertie said, that at the end, what's important is to pass that to young people, to pass this kind of approach in everything they do, integrate it into what they do, and not just as a layer on top or even a layer underneath, but integrate it throughout the process.
Thank you. Before going on to the second round, I also would like to add something, because what we succeeded in creating is a community of several hundred researchers worldwide, and this is something which is astonishing that we succeeded. And the second thing is from a conceptual point of view. So this is from the community point, no? So that when we contact somebody, they know us, no? If you invite somebody, they know us. If you invite somebody to a conference, you don't have to convince them for hours and sell especially Vienna as a good environment to come to. The second thing is what I really, this AI issue shows clearly that digital humanism can provide answers, because when you mention the manifesto, you can apply the manifesto nearly directly to the issue of AI, which is not astonishing, becomes out of this digital technologies, no? And the last one, and then I start because I'm the moderator. And it's coming through in all these talks we had. We are living in a time of multiple crises. And this digitalization is one aspect or one point of view you can have, or one instrument to approach this multiple crisis. They are political, they are environmental, and these are at least from a political, democratic point of view, but digitalization or AI is one way how to approach them and one means probably to help to solve them. I think this is also something which comes into my mind when I think about, but this is now my contribution to the panel. Now comes the second question, which is, and I would like to start with George, with you. So let's say on Monday is the day we start again, and we do something, and because you already stopped with that. So if you look at the Digital Humanism Initiative as an initiative and as well as a community, as well as an idea and approach, what are the most pressing issues we have to approach? What are the things needed to be done already Christoph showed that we have to enlarge from the conceptual point of view. But there might be other things, and I really want to ask you to start with the second round, and having this then, all those two questions go to the audience, and we ask for your input.
The first thing I would like to say, starting on Monday morning, is to set the foundations for building these synergies with other organizations. Up till now, it happened on an ad hoc basis. It always happens that way at the start. It's who knows whom, a friend, a colleague. Now we can put this as a task, identify the organizations beyond the ones that have already been in contact with, and identify the particular synergy with a particular organization. And then there's work to be done. It's preparing documents, preparing policy documents. Resources are needed for that, so that policymakers can hear from us. You said that, already digital humanism is known. We can take this a step further, so that not only they know, but they expect an input before they start formulating their policies. That's the one thing. And the second thing, which goes into the direction of reaching out to the young. Okay, that's university students is one direction, and that's in very good hands already. I would take that further, and disclosure in advance that I shamelessly plagiarized what I'm going to tell you, from the Athens Democracy Forum, where I participated in September, where it has an initiative called Teens for Democracy. At first, I thought that it was a PR thing. It sounds good. Teens, democracy, motherhood, apple pie. I was left speechless by the depth of the questions, but also the recommendations that came out of these teenagers, last 2 years of high school, discussing issues of democracy. So if I would like to submit this as a proposal for an initiative called Teens for Digital Humanism, to provide a mechanism that will allow teens to familiarize themselves with and exchange ideas about digital humanism, to frame and test a strategy to engage local and regional high schools in supporting this initiative, and to then, once this matures, to bring local and national government representatives to tables that are curated by the teens. As I said, I'm adjusting an idea that did not originate with me, but I have a very strong gut feeling that if we start this, it will fly.
Helga immediately wants to respond.
No, I know of the initiative because some friends of mine were there and I engaged in it. But just to tell you how urgent it is, I got an email from a teacher in Italy, and she's asking me, because she needs teaching material for the lower high school. Yeah? And then I thought, well, you know, where do I look to get teaching material on that? And now I said, well, you know, let's set up you do some work, I provide some input, and we see where we go from there. And I also know of other initiatives. Teachers everywhere are desperate to get material because, you know, the students come, the parents expect, how can we regulate to wean the students from not being addicted of social media all the time. We know some of the harm it does, etc. And the teachers feel impotent. And so there are many, many ideas. The need is great, but, and that's my point, you know, the Digital Humanism Initiative lacks an institutionalized basis. It's great that we have the IBW, that there are fellowships, that there are, you know, meeting places like this where we can come together and discuss this. But basically, we have no institutionalized basis. And this I consider really, you know, the starting point, because ideas are there, the need is even greater, and we could strategically, I mean, you have to decide, you cannot do everything at the same time, you have to have priorities, etc. But without an institutionalized basis, you will not get very far.
But this was not your final comment. George, can I pass over? No, it was just a response to that, because I would also have a response to your proposal, if I might, because you know that we have the textbook, which is an introduction to digital humanism. We have over 40 contributions on the different dimensions we have discussed, from, let's say, philosophical observation up to technical chapters, which could be easily translated in a way so that they can be used not only in the language but also in the way of presentation and how you present content. But this would be the meat for such a, let's say, didactic material, and this could be done. This takes effort, this takes human efforts, this takes some didactic reasoning, how to interact with youngs, but from the meat, let's say, from the structure as well as from the points to be covered, the work is done. Let's say we have a lot. Let's say not the work is done. Sorry for that. Gerti, yours.
The question was what I do on Monday morning. I will send out perhaps once again to all our 6,000 students that on Tuesday there is the next Digital Humanism lecture on global, I was writing it down, AI regulations around the globe. I think this is really amazing, the next, you have 50 amazing talks already or even more. But I guess one of the more pressing needs is not that we need now kind of stupidly more regulation, but that we are aware of which kind of regulations are already there without being aware even more. And especially this next presentation is amazing to show how our globe, our cosmopolitan environment is already divided in different sectors. And I think this our students have to know. So this would be the first thing. Along this regulation line, and I think this is nothing new, I already discussed this once with Hannes, it was, I think, van der Leyen who put forward the idea that we need and she was saying in the area of AI, because now everything is AI, of course, we need something similar, what is existing on the climate level, this intergovernmental panel on climate change, that we would need something similar for AI++, I would call it. And this goes along what you are saying, joining forces with different institutions, organizations,
to have to be qualitative and quantitative large enough to be heard by the politicians. I want also to respond to George in the sense of, and to Christopher saying how to teach, or we should teach the future, and we have to enlarge literacy. One idea might be, and one possibility is, to again come to TU Wien and to our faculty. We have since now several years established a workshop program for pupils. The vision is that every child in Vienna has at least once visited our workshops to encounter that computer science is exciting. They hear about complexity, about encoding, about algorithms, about security. But they also hear about, for example, ethical hacking. We make workshops with them where they learn how to hack the mobile of their neighbor, which is a little part of digital humanism, I would say, in the sense, or in the positive part. So it might be an idea to use this as a starting point to provide the next kind of workshop, call it digital humanism, based on your material, and teach this also. But this, you know, when I said I had this vision that every child in Vienna, I would need something like 50 times the money I have now to do it. As it's not that we are running out of ideas, or that nobody wants to come. We, for example, for the winter term, we only put it online, the workshops, because you can, of course, book it online. And within 48 hours, without any kind of PR and marketing, all the workshops of the winter term were booked. So it's really, here again, it's a question of resources.
George wants to, yeah.
Just a word to respond to that. No, I think that this fits very naturally, Gerdy. In other words, if an initiative like Teens for Digital Humanism is to be launched, it can use what you just described, and which exists as a tremplin, as a way to give it a quick start. So I think that fits very well with that.
Christoph.
Yeah, I like those ideas very much. The Monday question actually is what we call in Vienna eine aufgelegte Frage, kind of well-positioned question, because on Monday and Tuesday we're going to, together with TU Wien, at TU Wien, have a semi-public workshop with the title Imagine AI Dignity. Regenerate, or basic aspects or key aspects of regenerating digital humanism. And this is really about bringing ecology and AI and digital humanism in general together. So that's great, and we are really looking forward to that. You know, when we talk about digital humanism, we should really always at the outset consider the two sides to it. One is the enormous potential, the empowerment for people, governments, and so on. And of course, the other sides are the risks. But very often people say, oh, this is something you want to kind of restrict research, innovation with AI, etc. It's not the case. It's just a compass, as was mentioned earlier, but it's about both sides. It's about the huge potential also for human empowerment. Yeah. And for us, I mean, as a former museum director, we also think in terms of exhibitions. So we're going to actually, at the workshop this coming week, also reflect on what could be interesting points of view for a new exhibition on exactly the topic I just mentioned. One of the curators, Claudia Lacher, is also present. The other one will come in then from Tallinn on Monday. And I give you one example. When we talk about digital human rights, it's not only about kind of extending human rights that we have in reality into the digital realm. It could go way beyond, because, for instance, the influence of private companies is of a totally different nature, so it has to come in big when it comes to conceiving digital human rights of the future, just as an example. You all know the magic flute. It's about the number 3. And I give you two examples of three. One is when I at the museum. For me, what was important in ecology, and I think you can draw some conclusions, is a museum has to look at its own ecological footprint. A museum has to really present exhibitions and learning programs that deal with this ecological issue. The same goes for digital. Yeah. And the third one is activism. And this was also already touched on. So what can also be done in a museum context to kind of engage people in activism. Yeah? And I think it's a very, very important part, and thank you for pointing to the acting aspect of the Vienna Manifesto, but because that is key. The other thing is we should always bear in mind there are basically three competing models in the world. One is, of course, the market-driven US model, as was mentioned also today. The other one is a totally different one in China, and also kind of being copied in many other parts of the world, unfortunately. Not all is bad about that, but we have much more overlap, of course, with the US model. And the third one is the EU and France model, much more based on values, and that's the one we have to build on. And I think that digital humanism is a key notion, a key concept to build this European model. But we are at the crossroads. It's my final remark here. Because we either push for the concept, the term of digital humanism to be used. That's nice, but it won't materialize. Or we work very hard to bring the basic notions of that concept to as many political fora and other, including yours, as possible. What we can see, I don't think that in the declaration adopted in London, there is any mention of digital humanism. I don't remember. Yeah? But of course, there is mention of a lot of things that digital humanism is all about. So this is a crossroads. Are we going to push especially for the term, or are we going to push more for the content of what's behind the term?
Helga, the floor is yours, is answering whether we follow the brand or we follow the content.
No, I mean, we all agree on the many good ideas that are there. We agree that it has to be connected to other pressing problems. It's not, it's not about a brand, I would say. Digital humanism as a brand, I would not subscribe to. But it has to be anchored in many other initiatives, in what is needed in the world. But my question for Monday morning is really, where is the institutional basis? You do something in the museum, you say this wonderful idea, let's follow, teens for digital humanism. You engage your students, we do other things, we reach policymakers, but who does this, in fact? And after all, this is how social movement starts, and this is great. People come together because they share a vision, because they have a compass of the direction in which they want to move. But then, unless you are able, to consolidate it, and this needs resources, it needs people who, it needs some kind of organizational backbone, because otherwise things become too fluid, too disorganized, etc. So this is what every organization, person can tell you, this is what is needed. And here I am at a loss because I don't know. What are we going to do Monday morning?
Yeah, go on.
We are at an inflection point, and to carry the analogy a bit, because Helga started with a compass, okay? So we got the compass, but we need a ship, a sturdy ship, a captain, a crew. We can't have a lone rider on a canoe. Huh? I mean, otherwise these things won't get done.
I can see the Greeks moving out.
So I think now I hand over to the audience for your questions, and I don't want to restrict only to the let's say, the captain and the ship and the compass, but questions to, let's say, the content of the discussion, as well as to the, let's say, the 2 days, if there are some other issues you want to raise. I think the the panel is well equipped to answer all those different questions, please.
Hi, Peter Knees, TU Wien, UNESCO Chair for Digital Humanism. I'll try to pretend I lived in New York long enough to do away with the modesty now for what I have to say. I can completely second, George, what you said about the Teens for Digital Humanism Initiative. And in fact, I want to tell you and the others that we're trying to do something like this already. So that's a project of the UNESCO chair that's ongoing with a high school in Vienna, a UNESCO high school, Stubenpastei, trying to find ways of how to bring topics of digital humanism into curricula, classes, and so on, but also to provide the material how this can be done, because I have exactly the same experience that we had from an early meeting that Helga mentioned. Teachers are desperate for any kind of content, material that they can use. They are in the classroom, they're confronted with all these questions, but they draw from their personal experience, from all these impressions that they're getting, but hasn't been part of their education, neither is computer science teachers or any of the others, and they're a bit lost in this regard. And what we're trying to do here is finding ways, like providing the material or the structures or strategies of how to bring that into the school classes to open up these discussions. I think it's very urgent to do that, and we're trying to do that. But I can also only support the idea that we need more institutional support to do that. I mean, it's like one project. It's really based on the fact that somebody knows somebody, and we're trying to get this to the ground. And it's like all an exploratory project, but how will this take off from there if we even manage to do something? So I think these things come together. It's not a question.
I think there's no remark on that or answer from the panel. Other questions?
I mean, so digital humanism has not been the first or only brand to be proposed in this basic space, and two that jump to mind for me are social informatics, which got something of a foothold in the iSchool world, but has not really taken the broader world by storm, and of course science and technology studies, which has had a large intellectual reach and created an interdisciplinary community, but there are very few programs of science and technology studies. So I guess the question would be how digital humanism is different from those, but also is there anything that you can learn from the issues that those similar projects have faced in trying to institutionalize themselves more broadly?
Is there, you want something to say on the STS studies, or?
Well, STS is at university level, so it does not go down to high school level. And STS is it's a relatively small field. It's a relatively new field. In fact, I brought it to the University of Vienna. This was the first institute that carried the name Institut für Wissenschaftsforschung. This was way, way back. And I had all kinds of problems with the curriculum. You know, who are the students? Can I have an international master course? No. It took a long time to get there, etc. So you come with a new, I did not invent it, it exists in other parts of the world, but I brought it to Vienna. And then all of a sudden, there is the curriculum bureaucracy, there is, you cannot do this, you need a certificate for that, you get so many credits, this is not worth it, you cannot combine it with this. It's a very interdisciplinary field. And I had students who came for PhDs, who came from mathematics, who came from Japanese studies, a weird mixture of people, which was great. But I had to fight about these credits, and somebody has to agree that this can be done as a PhD, etc. So this was enormous. So it takes time until it becomes institutionalized. Now, I think what is important is the timing. That's part of my life experience, so to say. Timing matters a lot. And it's just my gut feeling that the time for digital humanism has come. It's ideas, you always find similar ideas. Before we had, what was it called, Mensch-Maschine courses, not men in English, but really human-machine interaction, etc. You have social combinations, etc. But this is all fine. But then all of a sudden, you have some kind of convergence. And I think what speaks for this moment to be the right one is the convergence. We now have generative AI, we have ChatGPT, and whatever you say about it, one of the advantages is that it was really sinking into the public's mind. There was no way of escaping it. We had previous, digital, we had metaverse, etc. Some people heard about it, others not. You take it. But nobody could escape ChatGPT. And it was discussed in every possible place, in the schools, among the parents, in bars, etc. And this raises lots of questions, of course. And people want some kind of answers. And I think one of the answers, together with all the other crises and confusion, this is why I speak about having a compass pointing to a direction in which to go. And this is why I feel, the time is a good one, and the moment has come to do more than just, these are all voluntary activities that we are engaged in next to many other activities. And this is fine and it's great, but how long can you continue with this? Yeah.
Can I?
Christoph.
Thank you, Hannes. I couldn't agree more with what you said, but I think it's also one of the major tasks of all the brilliant people working on digital humanism to reflect on how can this be put into practice as a key, if not the key, transversal matter in our civilization. What do I mean? I'll give you one example. I talked a lot about literacy already. Now I talk about ESG. You're all familiar with ESG. So it's environment, social, and governance of companies. For me, the next logical step, and this is something that digital humanism also has to develop, how can we make sure that as part of the governance, AI ethics and so on, become a key part of that ESG? So nobody has talked about that so far as I know, but it's a logical step. I mean, there's a lot of criticism about ESG, but it's one of the kind of concepts that a lot of investors are really now putting their stamp on and forcing also other companies they invest in to put into practice. So for me, this is one of the key steps in the whole world of business to bring in, for instance, aspects of digital humanism, and so on and so forth.
George, you wanted to say something, or was it?
Yeah. Two things. One is to support the point that Helga was making, that the timing can be very important. There is now sensitization, awareness, maybe even the hype part of generative AI is helpful in the sense that it can be leveraged. It can be leveraged to get the support required to get some of the things done. And the second thing is, in the context of these activities, building on what Gerti just described before, and what we could even think of teens assembly, say a Vienna assembly that will come out with something. And I'm sure that this will attract a lot of beneficent attention.
Further questions from the audience, and not only on this institutionalization, but general. So we have Michael and then you, okay?
One more to the institutional question, because this is a little bit, I think it's a good point, discussing the next step. What is lacking for me is a better picture what this institution could be about. Could be about in the sense that, we have 3 very vivid years behind us, or 5, I don't know, with a lot of activities. We have here several US-American professors in the room. We organized this conference. We had a nice dinner and so on. And still we are not fully, it's not fully clear what lies ahead of us, which kind of agenda we need. So just, I'm looking for a better picture what this institutional basis could or should be.
I mean, you're perfectly correct in asking that, but for this, I mean, you need another kind of discussion to set priorities. You have to know who is willing to be engaged in the hard work that means to build up a new institution. It's hard work. I can assure you I've done my part of institution building. And this means then you have to have a clear idea. What is it we can do? What is it we cannot do? You need resources, and the resources, both human and financial resources, have to match your visions and goals. Otherwise, you know, you are either stretching your resources too thin, or so this is the kind of work that would need to be done. But it cannot be done here as we sit in front of you. But I fully agree with you.
The lady there, just take the mic, please.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure that there is a question in what I'm going to say, probably thinking out loud a little bit. If we consider digital humanism, that's something that has been mulling at the front of my mind through 2 days today. If we're thinking of digital humanism as a paradigm, and we've introduced artificial intelligence as a concept, and the concept of intelligence into the conversation around digital humanism, maybe it is time to revisit the term post-humanism in the paradigm of digital humanism, and probably something else that needs to be introduced, and that is the concept of meta-humanism as sprung into development by the digital, in the digital humanism conversation, something like this, matter of terms, object, subject. Whenever we start to develop a paradigm, that's places we start with. Thank you.
Thank you. There is one answer from the panel.
Thank you very much. I mean, you actually raised something that I forgot to raise. I think we should reflect much more about transhumanism, technical post-humanism, critical post-humanism, and meta-humanism, which I'm not so familiar with. Transhumanism, you have people like Nick Bostrom. Technical post-humanism, you have Ray Kurzweil and others. I mean, waiting for singularity, humans leave lumens behind. We get to a new stage of development. And critical post-humanism is philosophically certainly the most interesting one, Donna Haraway and so on. We are one species among many. This also ties in with ecological, but you have to be aware that there's a lot of power behind technical post-humanism, because very powerful people are working in very powerful companies are technical post-humanists. Yeah? And I would also suggest, and we're going to discuss this also on Tuesday next week in our workshop, this has to become a much broader discussion, because either transhumanists or technical post-humanists are in the driver's seats of big tech companies or very influential university institutes. And so we have to be super careful. And this is really also the gist of the matter of digital humanism. And we have to discuss it. Thank you.
Question from?
Walter.
It's a French.
It's a French question. Thank you very much. I think there are many levels, the philosophical level, the practical level, the political level. I try to address the practical level. On Teens for Digital Humanism, just a comment, there is a whole high school in Linz, the capital of Upper Austria, which is devoted to digital humanism. So there is something there already. On the practical level, I wonder what we would win by giving up the brand of digital humanism. Humanism, as we heard, is a
concept which resonates with us and which resonates with Europe in particular. See, if you talk about the three models of civilizations, the American, the Chinese, and us, I think humanism resonates very well in a European context. And on top of it, my experience is that this brand makes the values that lay behind digital humanism particularly interesting. The reason why I am invited to China to talk about digital humanism as a member of the foreign ministry is because of the word humanism. That is something that people are interested in. They are not interested in human-centered because everybody talks about human-centered. Yes, of course we share the same values, but humanism might be a little bit broader. We can broaden it to regenerative digital humanism, but I wonder what we would win by giving up the brand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I please come in on this? There's a big misunderstanding.
Can you clarify the misunderstanding?
Yeah. It's not about giving up. It's a question of how much energy do you devote in just pushing for the brand? Or can you divide your energy and also push for things that are part of the content, especially in fora where there's no chance of kind of making the brand accepted, you know? And this is the question. So I'm really in favor of the brand, but I'm not in favor of putting too much energy in just pushing the brand, because you also need to reflect about where can you get the basic concepts kind of into those different constellations. Yeah.
Thank you for clarification. Are there any further questions from the audience? So let's go to a final round, which for me is a summary of this discussion in UI. And I really wanted to point also that we are not, the digital humanism is a vital concept. So we are not going down. We're having a future prospect, not? So we can have some optimism, as you have mentioned. So that's an answer to issues of today. So it's not just going around and asking for something, but we have to offer something, and we offer something. Helga, your final words, and then...
My final words, let me say it in German first. Der Geist weht, wo will. This means, the spirit blows and settles wherever the spirit blows and will settle. And I translate this to mean, if we are not doing something to make Vienna a home for the digital humanism as the Geist will move on and will find a home elsewhere.
Thank you.
Christoph.
I'm currently preparing a book, and one of the key things is the notion of man-machine, human-machine team intelligence. Yeah, machine is AI, so could also call it human AI team intelligence. And this was the reason why I was so intrigued by collective intelligence yesterday. I think we really have to work very hard on kind of developing and managing AI and other digital technologies in a way that it results in a genuine team intelligence, where we can also, there still is a driver's seat in a modern human world. And in that sense, to come back to the topic here, the theme of this conference, I think that human AI team intelligence can indeed save the world. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm now saving the world, but I was really intrigued by what you were saying about the, environmental, social, and governance aspect, what a company should do. And I want to share just some short information with you. First, the Vienna Science Fund had a call 2 years ago where they asked, in fact, companies in Vienna to provide ideas of how they could implement digital humanism in their company. And they provided not just a couple of thousands of euros, but at least as a starting point, as a kind of, to have a workshop and discuss about, and I can imagine that they even put it within their corporate social responsibility, which they also have to, you know, check mark somewhere. And I think this might be even a possibility, and I come now back to the teens for digital humanism, to bring not the brand, but the content with the brand, or the brand with the content broader into into our general public. Because, in fact, companies need it also, and of course they can use it as a fig leaf, but perhaps there might be some who say it would be better to think about it kind of in a serious way. And interesting enough, by chance I have heard, and didn't know it before, that there is a book announced in the area of, in German, Die Praxis des digitalen Humanismus, also practical aspects of digital humanism. And whoever is, you know, using this as a fig leaf, but by chance I know one of the authors of a chapter of the book, and I was calling him. He is the CEO of a hospital group, Vinzenz Group in Vienna. They have huge hospitals. And I said, and he's a business guy. And I said, what were you writing in this chapter? By chance, I have seen it in the... And he said, you know, we have all these problems with security, and I was just writing about security. So what I want, I'm coming back to my workshops with the pupils. Digital humanism means all the problematic, very kind of human-like aspects which AI, not only AI technology, but computer science technology brings today into our everyday life. Yeah, it's security, it's safety, it's surveillance, you can name it. And there are aspects which are really very important for the companies out there. And I think this might be a way also to put, to get even more strengths, and perhaps also at a certain point have an institution in this area.
So you think we should move into the hospital?
And why not? But digital humanism is not an ivory tower issue. It's an issue that concerns society. I mean, the machines was the key word in the title of the event of the last 2 days. Machine, the Greek word is mechani, who comes from machos, which means means, device, a means to something. To what? And this is what digital humanism can offer broadly to society. It could be companies, it could be high schools, it could be the broader effort whereby pebble by pebble, stone by stone, brick by brick, we try to build a better digital world. It's, digital humanism will not by itself suffice to do that, but how shall I put it? Without digital humanism, nothing will suffice. So we have to make sure that it's there.
Thank you, George. Thank you for the panel for participate. It's somehow a summary but just let's say, for me it were, let's say, 2 very insightful days. And I don't know how you experience it, but for me there was a lot to learn here, even if I know already quite a bit, but for me there were a new point of view and I learned something. It was really exciting. And also this is digital humanism. It's an intellectual, exciting experience, and we are living in an exciting moment of time where we could really interfere, by bringing this intellectual capacity also into somehow into practice. From this panel, we had some very concrete proposals from the teens issue, from this IPCC similar, let's say, monitoring activity. By the way, there is activity underway within the Digital Humanism Initiative. We are doing things like that with the Spanish University of Sevilla, who is guiding this. There's things we could do on the curricular level, on different aspects, up to a PhD. And at the end, there's also these institutional questions, which was maybe one of the dominant issues of today's discussion. I want to thank you all for participating here. I also want to thank the speakers and the moderators and the organizers here, you for listening and staying with us up to the end. And I just want to highlight this, which was already mentioned previously. This is an online talk next Tuesday. It's our next Digital Humanism lecture with Anu Broadfoot, moderated by George Metakidis. It was mentioned already several times. She's an outstanding speaker. Thank you all, and I hope to see you next time when we gather and exchange our ideas and about a positive future. Thank you.